This is the DP World Tour Championship.
This is Dubai.
This is the Rolex Series.
Events that are reserved for the golfing elites.
This is the DP World Tour Championship.
The championship where memories are made.
One event, two trophies.
This is day 2.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Well, we're certainly ready. Good morning to you. Welcome to our feature group coverage on day 2 of the season finale, the DP World Tour Championship, and a real treat with our feature groups today. This is the 43rd and final event of the campaign. Once again, coming from the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates in Dubai. 12,000 points on offer this week, 2,000 to the winner, Rory McIlroy, top of the rankings at the start of the week, but after 18 holes, he's been usurped at number 1 by one of the overnight co-leaders, Matt Fitzpatrick. And in our pairings today, well, 3 players in the top 8 of the DP World Tour rankings, and here are 2 of them. Viktor Hovland at number 5 and Ryan Fox, who started the week as the closest challenger to Rory McIlroy's attempt to be European number 1 for the 4th time. I'm Richard Kaufman. Alongside me is Jay Townsend and Shane Lowry, another player who could potentially win the DP World Tour rankings at the end of the week. The fact that they're off early suggests, Jay, though, that it hasn't quite been the start they were after.
Well, it certainly wasn't in the first round, that's for sure. And these guys will be looking to get off to a good start, post a good second round. Playing a little bit earlier in the day, these greens don't track up. Greens are great all day. The golf course in wonderful condition, but they might play before a little bit of wind kicks up this afternoon. Had very little early in the day and then picked up slightly in the afternoon. But these guys, they all, as you said, you know, have a chance. Well, 3 out of the 4, not Shubhankar Sharma, the 4th of our players in our 2 feature groups, but the other 3, yes, they can win. And Rory McIlroy and Ryan Fox opened the door yesterday. I mean, it's game on now. They said game on in the opener. It's really game on.
And it's only day 2, so Viktor Hovland, I know he's the worst placed of our 4 players. He'll start it at 2 over par. It's a lot of ground to catch up, particularly given the quality that's here and that it's Fitzpatrick and Hatton at the top, but it's not game over.
No, I think you're right. I think that Viktor Hovland can go out there and shoot 365s. It's great playing, but yeah, he's got the opportunity to do that. I mean, he's such a talented player. He's got a great resume at such a young age.
Well, there you can see his performances, a couple of wins already on the DP World Tour. One of them happened to be in Dubai at the start of the year, the Rolex Series event, the Slink Dubai Desert Classic back in January. Watching the Viktor Hovland Ryan Fox pairing for us this morning is going to be Nicholas Colsarts. Good morning, Nico.
Good morning, everyone. Had a look at some of the boys this morning warming up, and hope we're going to be in for a great day of golf.
Well, we should be, shouldn't we? You'd expect better from this pair. We're watching Viktor Hovland at the moment. I don't know if you've got to play with him at all, Nicholas, over the last couple of years, but much was expected when he turned pro, and I think it's fair to say that he's pretty much lived up to those expectations, would you say?
Well, yeah, I mean, I played with him a couple of years ago at PGA Championship in Wentworth, and you could see that he has all the qualities that are required to be one of our European stars of the future.
What is it, as we see him warm up here, that you think is the strength of his game?
Well, excluding his golfing skills, I think he's looks like an incredible young man to hang around with. I like the way he walks on the golf course. He smiles. He looks like he's enjoying the journey, and it's in most cases something that is quite helpful in a young golfer's career.
Yeah, it's a good point that Nicholas makes there, because yesterday when they finished off, Shane Lowry and Victor Hovland were playing yesterday, and if you were watching the coverage, both hold good putts at 18 for their respective rounds, and they gave themselves a lovely hug and smile, almost kind of in a sarcastic manner, because it'd been a tough day. But it just shows you the character and the personality that Hovland has. Warren Humphreys is going to be watching the second of our feature groups, which is got Shane Lowry alongside Shubhankar Sharma. Warren Humphreys is going to be watching this one for us. Warren, Shubhankar comes with a bit of confidence. It's been a tough year for him. We're watching him on the range right now, but a good week for him in South Africa. So he'll be looking to sort of kind of rekindle what he had happening for him at the Nedbank Challenge.
You're absolutely right, Richard. I think he would. He's in very good form at the moment. He's very relaxed, and I will only say good things about him right now, because our voices are booming out here on the range as we speak. They can hear everything we're saying. But regardless of that, he is in good form. I love the way this guy swings. He's a very confident player, and a charming man, you have to say too. Always very polite, always very calm on the course. Has that lovely air where everything seems to be very controlled. Swing is looking very good at the moment. So I think we're going to be in for a really good day. He and Shane Lowry look to be in pretty good form. I know Shane didn't play as he would have liked yesterday, but here's another one that's looking very relaxed out here. And let me tell you, it is still warm. I mean, it was pretty cool as I walked out onto the range first thing, but now it's beginning to hot up. It's pretty humid, and yesterday was absolutely roasting out here. So if the scores can match the heat of the day, we're in for a terrific morning's play.
We can see Shubhankar Sharma there being watched there by the man in the green. That's his coach, Jesse Gruel, who's come to Dubai to keep an eye on him. And here's Ryan Fox, very much in the spotlight yesterday, playing alongside Rory McIlroy. A lot on the line, potential to become just the second New Zealand player to win the DP World Tour rankings. It's a little bit more out of the spotlight today. Chance for him to flourish, you think?
I think that, yesterday was a tough day. So much expectations on Ryan Fox, and he just didn't go out there and fire, but he grounded out. Got off to a terrible start, 2 over after 3 holes, and then grounded out. And, had a decent day, and he didn't lose touch with McIlroy, but now are they really chasing McIlroy? It's been months since McIlroy wasn't the guy to chase, but right now it's Matt Fitzpatrick who projected as the winner as things stand at the moment. So, yes, I think Ryan Fox still has a chance.
54 holes still to go over this golf course, which we know so well. Jumeirah Golf Estates, the earth course, the fire course. We're on the earth course, and past 72, 7,700 yards. A little bit different, would you say, this year, Jay?
Very much so, because they haven't overseeded the rough for the first time ever. I love the challenge that is going on this year as opposed to years past. When you overseed, especially this early in the winter season in the Middle East, they have to water a lot. They haven't had to water, so the rough is a bit firm, but the Bermuda grass is really proving to be a challenge, a premium on driving it in the fairway.
Still managed to see a couple of 65s. Tyrrell Hatton, who finished with a bogey. It was interesting hearing his interview after the round, said his year had been pretty boring after Bay Hill, but it wasn't boring yesterday from Tyrrell. Matt Fitzpatrick, 5 birdies in a row. He's lost his voice a little bit, but he hasn't lost his game. 65 from him. Back in 31 for Alex Noren, who comes fresh from a 4th place finish at the Houston Open. And Adri Arnaus, the Spaniard who's won the final event of the season on the Alps Tour and the Challenge Tour, love to add the final event on the DP World Tour to that resume. Kurt Kitayama, off the back of a 2nd place finish at the CJ Cup, finished 2nd to Rory McIlroy in that group at 4 under par. That includes the most recent champion on the DP World Tour, Tommy Fleetwood. all these players will feel they're very much in the mix. Disappointing finish yesterday for Robert McIntyre with a double bogey down the last, although there's a few that succumbed to 18. And Jon Rahm, 3 under, like Rory McIlroy early on, but couldn't quite push on. But you see Rahm, 2 under par there. Rory McIlroy's 1 shot further back. We know what they can do around this golf course, Jay. They're still potential winners.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 54 holes is a lot of time. Did they give themselves a little bit more of a challenge? Yes, absolutely. But, you know, McIlroy, Rahm, and don't write off Ryan Fox. Ryan Fox has the firepower to go out there and just beat up a golf course. He only hit a few fairways yesterday. As a matter of fact, he only hit 2 out of 14 fairways. Amazingly enough, he hit 14 out of 18 greens. He probably hit more greens out of the rough than anyone else, but that's just Ryan's game, and Ryan gets hot with the putter. He can do it. McIlroy, we all know, he can go out there and shoot 62, tie the course record.
You mentioned Rory was 3 under par, and he started missing fairways. You talked about Ryan Fox missing fairways. You've already mentioned the nature of this golf course. Suddenly there's a greater premium, isn't there, on being on that short grass off the tee?
Well, it's always been about driving here. Most of the time it's been about distance. It's a big hitter's golf course. The big hitters can take some of the bunkers that are in play out of play. They can hit it over some hills and hit a downslope and get a lot more run. So driving distance has always been huge, but now this year with the Bermuda rough, you have to add in accuracy as well off the tee.
Well, one thing that hasn't changed is the sunshine in Dubai. It's been a fantastic season. This is event number 43 of the campaign, and fair to say it's been some season so far on the DP World Tour.
I've been running around catching fireflies, trying to breathe.
Thomas Pieters is back at golf's top table. Dazzling display in the desert by Nicolai Højgaard.
Like flowers in the hall I built between to keep us.
Unbelievable from Olesen.
To fall back.
A victory for Victor Perez.
History's been made in Sweden. We have a female champion on the DP World Tour.
Absolutely brilliant from Hao Tong Lee. He is a Rolex Series winner.
Shane Lowry is the BMW PGA champion. Emotional win, emotional week.
And Fox has his place in history. Mission accomplished for Jon Rahm.
I know we kind of say it every year, Jay, but it has been a fantastic season. And watching those pictures back as we look at the DP World Tour rankings as they stand, and 3 of those names that we're going to be watching here this morning and in the early part of the afternoon. One thing about watching those pictures, it's so good to see all those fans back.
Yeah, it is fantastic. I mean, we are so lucky to be able to travel around the world, experience all the cultures that we do, and watch such great golf. And, you know, every year we get to this point for the DP World Tour Championship, the last event of the season, and you just have to pinch yourselves. I mean, everyone wants to be here this week. This is what the whole year is working towards being here, and there's a lot of different goals for different people in the field. You know, our focus is on who's going to win the big check.
Yeah, there's a bonus pool as well, the $10 million on top of the $10 million on offer for the prize fund itself. $3 million to the winner. 128 points, that's all that separates Rory McIlroy and Ryan Fox at the top. Tristan Lawrence looking to try and be the Sir Henry Cotton Rookie of the Year. Ewan Ferguson might have other ideas about that. There is Shubhankar Sharma, who started last week 50th in the rankings, but a big week for him in South Africa assured his place here at the Earth Course. And all these players have had excellent seasons. No Colin Morikawa, he's one of 3 players absent. He's about to have a big day himself, a wedding day in about a week. So otherwise engaged in the literal sense. 53 players then in total, so that's the top 50 as it stood with the one event remaining. Ryan Fox getting ready to head out on the first tee. 35-year-old from New Zealand. 73 from him yesterday. It's been some year for New Zealand golf. Victor Hovland, one shot worse off after a round of 74. Not yet on that first tee, just by the putting green, close by.
And I think for Fox, it was an incredible 73, only hitting 2 fairways. And we detailed yesterday, we already talked about the importance of hitting fairways. If Ryan Fox starts hitting fairways today, he's not a very accurate driver on the season. I mean, let's face it. His driving accuracy, he's ranked number 179. But if Ryan Fox can have a good day off the tee, get it in the fairway, say hit 10 fairways out of 14, he has the opportunity to go really low because he can hit all 4 par 5s in 2 with his amazing length off the tee.
And it's an interesting psychological point of view. After yesterday's round, and you know, playing alongside Rory McIlroy, being in the spotlight, I feel like the pressure's off a little bit more today.
I 100% agree, and it was the first time that Ryan had played with Rory. And let's face it, Rory's iconic, okay? And you know, he is a fellow competitor, but there's an aura about players of McIlroy's ilk. And it was the first time for Fox playing in the last group, all the pressure on those two, and neither one of them really performed well. And I think the way that Fox played, he acquitted himself pretty well, shooting 73.
A reminder that the final pair, they tee off at 12:45. That's going to be the Hatton-Fitzpatrick pairing. But we're just a couple of minutes away from the first of our featured groups getting underway. Ryan Fox alongside Victor Hovland, and down the first, getting ready for them to approach him, is Nicholas Colsaerts. Nicholas, you played this course many times. What sort of equation is ahead of these players?
Well, it's not a golf course you're going to be able to shoot 4, 5, 6 under without developing, you know, good striking, good management, placing the ball in the right positions. You know, let's not forget this is the biggest event of the year, and some pins are like 3, 4 from the edges, and so it requires power because it's a long golf course, but it also requires a little bit of chess tactics at times.
Yes, it's so important, as Nicholas just said, to be in the right portion of the fairway, not just hit the fairway. We're talking about hitting fairways, but if you're going to shoot a low score, the way the pins are tucked, as Nicholas was just alluding to, you better be in the proper side of the fairway to have good angles. We always talk about angles in golf for second shots and that type of thing. You've got to set it up off the tee for your approach shots.
Let's have a look at the opening hole.
454 on the card, downhill tee shot. There's a fairway bunker right in the middle of the fairway, around about 330 yards off the tee. Player's going to lay up short of that. Fairway does slope in the left half from left to right, but ideally you'd want to be able to get it on the left side of the fairway. Either way, I think right side, left side, middle, it's going to be blind to the bottom of the flagstick. That bunker that's front right there's a big mound there. It's going to hide the bottom of the flagstick. That's the case a lot here. You can't see the bottom of the flagstick. A lot of uphill shots at times here where you can't see the ball actually land on the green, so you're really playing by numbers. There's so much local knowledge here at the Earth Course.
Well, very still, calm morning. You can see the trees are just blustering around a little bit, warming up nicely. Very hot and humid yesterday. I know you come to expect that in Dubai, but I think it's been a little warmer than it normally is this time of the year. And what an opportunity awaits for Victor Hovland. Yes, sure, but he comes with outside hopes and having to really rely on others. In a way, it's in Ryan Fox's hands still. Started the week knowing that if he could finish above Rory McIlroy, then the chances are that he could end the year as the number 1.
Have a good day, boys.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner at the Dubai Desert Classic in January, from Norway, Victor Hovland.
And he started pretty nicely yesterday. He was 1 under at the turn, but threw in a couple of double bogeys on the back 9. Three PGA Tour titles, a couple of wins, including that one just mentioned by the starter Alistair Scott on the DP World Tour.
And this one going a little bit right, and there are trees and mulch and sand over there. He's going to have to get lucky. Not the start that Hovland was looking for.
On the tee from New Zealand, Ryan Fox.
Well, whatever happens over the course of today and the weekend at the Earth Course, it's been a season to remember for Ryan Fox. Doesn't waste much time over the ball.
Fox also going a little bit right off the first tee. It's so imperative to hit the fairways, and neither in first of our 2 feature groups manages to hit the fairway.
My pleasure. Very well.
Yeah, both down that right-hand side. So our feature group coverage underway at this DP World Tour Championship on the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates, the 5th and final event in our Rolex Series tournaments.
Well, the hard work has certainly paid off in his career to another stage today. And it earns him a Rolex Series victory.
Nothing quite like that winning feeling.
There have been some wonderful victories over the course of the Rolex Series events in 2022. Victor Hovland is one of them, and Shane Lowry is, and our next pairing is also a Rolex Series winner. You can see the gold stars by the player's name, denotes how many times they've won one of those events. Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm 4 apiece. Nobody's yet won 5. Hatton, though, starts round 2 in a share of the lead with Matt Fitzpatrick. Yannick Paul, one of those who certainly has made a mark in 2023. One of those that could win that Rookie of the Year race. Oliver Wilson playing in the DP World Tour Championship for the first time since 2014. His win came in Denmark at the Made in Himmerland. David Law, fantastic finish for him in South Africa, the Nedbank Challenge. That got a birdie at the last to get into this event. First time playing, and had a very nice opening round yesterday, 70. Richie Ramsey, Pablo Larrazabal among the seasoned champions. Guido Migliozzi, maybe shot of the year at the Golf Nacional when he won the French Open.
I think it was shot of the year, and going back through, well, my limited knowledge of the DP World Tour history, been around a while, have the white hair to show it. I think it's one of the top 3 shots ever played. I'm gonna list them in no certain order. Colin Montgomery, driver off the deck at Emirates Golf Club over the water at 18 to win.
Yep.
Seve's shot over the wall in Cron-sur-Sierre to win, and Migliozzi's amazing shot, aggressive shot to an island green to win the French Open this year. Those 3 shots are the most iconic shots.
Well, they're 3 very special shots, that's for sure. Well, our first feature group, both players down that right-hand side, in amongst, as I learned yesterday in American speak, Jay, that amongst the mulch.
Yeah, the mulch. Yeah. You guys call it wood chippings, but I think they're more on the sand here.
Well, Nicholas, I'm sure, has had a good look. We can hear the players here as well.
Yeah, so Hovland, well, they both got pretty lucky, actually, considering how average of lies you can find sometimes there. But Hovland is a bit on the tire mark, on the edge of the tire mark. He's got a good lie, just a little bit of sand behind it. So I think he's wondering if is he going to call a referee to have a look if he can get relief from.
Yeah, I just heard him. Sorry, Nick. I just heard him say, "Can we get a referee?"
Yeah.
So they haven't got far to come. At least they're only down the first.
Well, you never know where the referees are.
Because there's just some stuff right behind it.
No, for sure.
The only thing is if I drop it.
I don't necessarily think it's actually a good thing to get a drop, because you're dropping it in sand, and who knows what sort of lie you're going to get then, because he's got a decent one.
Roll because there's a slight slope as
Except
well.
for, I don't know about like over here. Yeah.
I agree, Nico. I mean, it's kind of in the lap of the gods if you start dropping, even though, you know, we're only dropping from knee height now, not, you know, shoulder height the way it used to be. But it doesn't, we had a really close-up look on our screen a few moments ago. It doesn't look like that bad of a lie.
Yeah, I heard him say there was something behind it a little bit, but as I say, you're taking a risk, aren't you? It's a bit of a gamble to try and find something better. What about Ryan Fox's lie here? He looks like he's going to go while Victor's waiting.
Well, even better. Like I said, they both got really lucky. He's got, the only thing with Fox's lie is that it's a severe ball below your stance, but the flag's on the right, so you can work this left to right.
No, not a very good shot there. As Nico said, I mean, the ball was sitting nicely below his feet, and he was probably expecting it to go a little bit to the right, maybe a little bit of a double cross there, and now he's 40 feet away or so, and these are far from flat green, so it's always a struggle when you're that far away from the hole here at the Earth Course.
Shane Lowry waiting back on the tee, playing alongside Shubhankar Sharma. Was worried, Shane, that all his good play wasn't going to result in a win, but that all changed at the West Course at Wentworth for the BMW PGA Championship. Saw if Rory McIlroy's challenge there. First win since the Open Championship at Royal Portrush.
Yeah, that was a great win at Wentworth this year, no question about it. I thought it was funny when Rory was there to congratulate Shane at the end, and Shane said, "It's okay, you've won enough."
There's a little bump
You know,
behind it there,
just
though.
kind of a cool moment between the two good friends.
We wouldn't get away from this. No? No. Okay. Well, just based on your reasoning, that is a clump of sand. So I was just.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be considerably more than that for us to give relief. It would have to impact you getting to the ball, which is not going to be the case in this situation.
Alright.
How is that not impacting getting to the ball though?
Yeah, it does. It's right behind it.
It's right behind and going on the angle.
But as in, you can still get to the ball. It's not kind of, you know, it would have to be
but
more
it's affecting the strike, and I believe the rules of golf are such that, you know, you can't define the amount of sand. There's no rule. It either has to be a clump of sand behind it or not.
This is all over the golf course. You wouldn't get away from this situation.
All right.
But this is made from artificial.
Sorry?
That doesn't make any sense. But
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, I'm just like, I hear what you're saying, but when you use, when the reasoning is such that there has to be a clump of sand behind the ball to affect the shot, and I'm clearly saying that there is, yeah, there's not a huge hole behind it, but there is a little bit of clump of sand that is affecting the shot that is made from tire tracks.
It would have to be considerably more than that.
Is that what it says in the rules of golf?
No, it would have to be abnormal for this golf course, and that's not abnormal for this golf course.
But it's caused abnormal lie.
That is not abnormal. You can can see is
well, it's not abnormal from the footprints, but it's abnormal for the tire tracks. I would argue.
I mean, I can ask for a second opinion if you want. But
Would that be possible?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if you get it, but.
Okay. I'd just like to hear it, to be honest.
Of course. Yeah. No problem.
Thank you.
Claire Hagen, the referee there from the RNA, and it seemed to me like Victor was accepting it. Then Shea, his caddy, stepped in and carried on the argument. I mean, just clarify for us, Jay, here what the two, Victor and Shea, are trying to argue.
Well, I could make a case for both of them. Okay, I mean, anytime you're in a sandy environment like it is off the grass area here, you're going to get abnormal lies. What she's saying is the fact that it's not like a really deep tire rut or something like that. It's just a natural tire rut that his ball came up next to. It's not like the tire dug in or anything like that, or a sharp turn or spinning the tires to start off, and no different than a footprint or something like that. And what Victor's asking is well, where is the definition? Let's go listen here to Neil Briggs.
It has broken the ground there.
Yeah.
So it has affected it. It has broken the ground, so I can give you that, yeah.
Okay.
A bit more than a print.
Yeah. Alright. So where would the
nearest point would be in the print there.
Okay. I'll just mark it here.
Yeah.
I think I need that. The nearest point would be here.
Correct.
And then I get one club length?
You have, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Victor and Shea have won the argument.
And obviously not go closer.
So let's just see if the drop's kind. Seems to be. So Nicholas, just outside the area where it needs to be. Nicholas, what's your take on this?
I think we are wasting a lot of energy out of the gates for this. For two reasons. One, I don't think that the tire marks were deep enough, or it had sufficiently broken the ground to actually give him the relief. And two, it's not that difficult of a golf shot. I'm a bit surprised. And three, you're going to drop it somewhere where you don't know what your next lie is going to be like.
Well, Nico, when he dropped it the second time after the first one rolled a little bit closer, it didn't bounce. It just settled in its little depression where it hit the ground. So I agree with you. I don't think he should have gotten the drop. He did, and I don't think he really gained anything.
And I just want to remind you, they teed off 12 minutes ago. I mean, it's a terrific second shot. If he makes a birdie, it'll be worth the while.
Yeah, I do. Based on what Nicholas said, Nicholas was right there, okay? Based on what Nicholas said, it didn't really interfere with, playing the shot the way the lie was. It may have made him a little bit uncomfortable looking at it, but, I trust Nicholas's judgment there that it wasn't a bad lie to begin with.
Well, 3 minutes later than was scheduled, our second feature group is just about to get underway.
This is game number 7. On the tee, the Rolex Series winner at the BMW PGA Championship from Ireland, Shane Lowry.
Well, Shane admitted he didn't know the permutations of what it would take for him to top the rankings at the end of the week, and I must admit they are fairly complex, but mission number one is to try and win, and at 1 over par, it's left Lowry with a bit of work to do with 3 rounds to play.
Oh, there you go. That's a perfect tee shot for Shane Lowry. Doesn't even bother to watch it. Picks up his tee.
On the tee from India, Shubhankar Sharma.
Warren Humphreys is going to be watching this one for us. Nice start from Shane Lowry, Warren.
Really nice start, and not easy to do after such a long wait. I've got to say, there's not much wind out here, but what there is a little bit more into their face today. Yesterday, this first hole played slightly down a little Zephyr. Today, it's into them. I think it takes out that middle bunker.
Well, Sharma will be hoping for a good lie and a decent angle. Ryan Fox, this for birdie at the first. Big break from left to right in the first third of this putt, coming off a big slope on that mound.
Yeah, just tickle that one over the hill. One of those important early putts coming up for Ryan Fox. That was a moment or two ago. Now the birdie putt for Victor Hovland.
There's not much in this, just outside the left. It would be some 3 to start with after spending 10 minutes on the rough there on the right. It's just a shave.
Yeah, just a par for the Norwegian. But an interesting start, I think. It's a wishy-washy enough word to use. An interesting start there from Victor.
Yeah, certainly. Well, you know, he got what he wanted, and in the end, he hit a good shot, just didn't make the putt. Now this one for Fox should have just a little left to right to it, maybe left edge.
Yeah, that's really solid. That's good. What a year. Climbed up those world rankings into the heady heights of the top 25, up to second in the DP World Tour rankings as well. These are the players they're trying to chase down. Good couple of hours or more before Messrs Hatton and Fitzpatrick teared up for their second round. Super 65s from both the Englishmen yesterday. But Fitzpatrick showed, Jay, what can be done. I mean, 5 birdies to start the day yesterday.
I'm a huge fan of Matthew Fitzpatrick's putting, okay? I mean, he hits almost without fail the perfect speed. And when you're in control of your pace, you can read. That's why he's such a great putter. I mean, if he starts, you know, it's a golf course that when he first came out, oh, it doesn't suit his game. It's a big hitter's golf course and that kind of stuff. He has put on distance, but I want to tell you what, anytime you're that good of a putter, you can win on any type of golf course. And Fitzpatrick, a 2-time winner here, has proven that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him hold on and win again.
Well, as you can see, Shubhankar Sharma has found the bunker down that left-hand side. Lowry in a very nice spot. Been a couple of birdies already here this morning. Hao Tonling and Ashun Wu, the 2 Chinese players in the field, both opened up with birdies at this first.
Well, Shubhankar Sharma finding the left-hand bunker. He's got a pretty good line there. It's level. Pretty deep face right in front of him, but he's a good, I suppose, 10, 12 feet away from that. So with the 8-iron, maybe a little 7-iron, he can certainly get it up and over the top of the lip. It's not ideal. Probably take the 8-iron just to guarantee the extra bit of loft. And he can play left of the flag because there's a slope that will feed down towards the hole.
Yeah, that's the ball of Shubhankar Sharma. Second shot at this opening hole.
Probably not the first sort of shot you want of the day with an iron in your hand. Will really test your ability to get the club face on the ball perfectly. The strike has to be tip-top here.
The nice thing is the hole's cut in the back part of the green. As Warren said, getting over the lip was not an issue at all. It gives you an opportunity to maybe trap it a little bit and trying to run it back there. But all in all, a reasonable play.
Perfect distance, just a little 9-iron here for Lowry, 151, back right flag. Be looking to get it close, feed it off the left.
Yeah, it's exactly what he's done. Fabulous start from Shane Lowry.
Uphill tee shot at the second. It's a blind landing area. There's a bunker at the top of the hill the players use as an aiming point. Hovland's not a very big guy, but he can move it out there. Averages a little bit over 300 yards off the tee for the season.
He averages about 10 seconds over the ball, Ryan Fox.
I think his ball, when he hits a driver, averages about 10 seconds in the air as well. He's got some hang time.
But you were talking yesterday about how he'd missed fairways, and I know the first would have not necessarily been encouraging, but short grass found there at the second, and the power to make the most of this par 5 now.
And Fox made bogey here yesterday on a hole that really should be about a par 4.5 with his length. If he starts hitting the fairways, as we just saw right there, he can easily reach the green in 2 here and at all the other par 5s on this earth course.
Yeah, that second played the easiest hole on the course yesterday. It was a disappointing end for Shubhankar Sharma. Bogeyed 3 of his last 4 holes, 3-putted 15 and 16, and then missed the green at 17. So work to do to not drop a full shot in 5 holes here, really, given his start to this first round. Lowry eyeing up a really good birdie look.
Doesn't look like a inviting chip shot here. A lot of green to work with, but a tough one to judge, I would think, Warren.
Well, I think so, especially off this lie. It's really tight. So again, the strike's going to be perfect. Maybe put it back in the stance a little. He's already got height built into the shot, so he needs to pitch it quite a long ways ahead of him onto a little bit of flat ground, and then it'll chase away. Pitching into the green, but downhill.
I think it was the into the grain part that Warren mentioned that took some sting out of that one.
Hovland with the 3-wood, trying to get as close as possible to this front edge, trying to find a bunker. Bunker's not a bad leave.
In the bunker.
He's done that. Not going to be a very easy one next, but it's in there. Foxy now with, I don't know what's he going to hit here, actually, a 9, but does he have this? Because it blows it with a good club into the face. That looked like a wood, trying to really high and soft.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It's a great result from Foxy.
Yeah, it was a sloppy start yesterday, couple of bogeys the first 3 holes, and it set the day in the wrong way. So looking for some positive vibes, had to work hard for that par at the first. Now an eagle putt to come at the second.
Let's have another look here. A little bit of an upslope helps him throw this up in the air. Lofted fairway metal. Most players are just trying to bash 2 as far as they can to get there. Ryan Fox, not the case. Just finessing one in there, puts it right there in a good position, maybe 35 feet away for an eagle.
This is a wicked one to have on the first green. You've got to keep very still.
No, the bogeys keep coming for Sharma. Couple under par through 14 holes yesterday, then hit the bogey trail and one at the first here now.
And that bogey really is a result of driving it into the left fairway bunker. It didn't have the easiest of shots, and you know, Warren mentioned it. First shot of the day, you don't have any rhythm, and you know, have to hit a perfect strike out of a fairway bunker. But Lowry is in a great position to get back to even par.
Now, Jay, I know you like downhill putts because pace is built into it. But when you're aiming this one, outside the hole. Pardon me, outside the hole on the right. And you just got to touch it. This is really deft putt. You've got to have really good feel. So this would set the day up nicely if he can pop this one in, give himself early belief.
And that's precisely what he's done. Shane Lowry back to level par. It's an eventful round yesterday for Lowry.
So look at that wonderful, just sawed off second shot. Little 9-iron, just kind of taking some off of that, moving in left to right, and that set up that wonderful birdie putt at the opening hole for Lowry. 6th birdie in 19 holes. So when you're making a lot of birdies, all you have to do is start, you know you're hitting good shots. All you have to do is just eliminate the odd mistake.
This is how our opening feature group pair have played this second hole, par 5. Hovland in the bunker, Fox on the green in 2.
It's always tempting to try to go as close as possible to the second green, the par 5. But this is going to require some skills. It needs height, it needs a bit of spin, because everything's down from the front edge of the green to the hole. And he's got a good 15 paces of bunker in front of him.
That's really a pretty good shot, as Nico said. Had landed on a downslope, played that very close to the knife's edge, landed it short of the green, hit the downslope, ran past the hole, but set up a birdie putt. It was an awkward bunker shot.
I want to know if anyone's asked Nicholas Colsaerts this morning for his handicap certificate after what happened yesterday, Nico.
What's happening?
No one did so far, so I feel good about myself, unlike yesterday afternoon.
Humiliated, eh? What do you play off? He was asked by, was it the scoreboard carrier?
I would say humbling, as this game is, as we all know.
Well, I'm sure you're looking forward to the 2023 campaign, and hopefully going to play yourself back into the DP World Tour Championship this time next year.
You see, we've got to teach Nico how to respond to things like that. Don't take it as an insult. Say, I travel well with 2 aside. That's how you deal with that. If you can find someone to give you 2 aside, Nico, you're in business.
I'm not sure I will ever give you 2 aside, Jay.
Oh, I'm asking for 4 aside from you.
Now, Foxy, a little bit of left to right at the end. This is makeable. It's just left it a bit short. Shouldn't be a problem for 4 anyway, which will always be a good start on this golf course.
Most bets are won on the first tee. We've got to clue Nico in here.
Not guaranteed the 4 yet, but you'd be surprised if it's not a birdie there from Fox. What about Hovland's putt here?
Well, he's coming up from the pretty much same direction, so if anything, I would say a little bit more of left to right. But you're coming back towards the front of the green, so it is slow at the end. Reason why Foxy might have been thrown off by that. The greens are so good. I mean, if you see the break and you have the pace, you could see them go in all day.
Let's go back to the tee. Into a little bit of wind here. You can see the trees blowing.
Just like at the first, right down the middle from Lowry. So that's a sign of things to come for us this morning.
Well, it's a golf course you would think would suit Shane Lowry. I mean, his season, he's number 14 in driving accuracy, number 1 on the DP World Tour in greens and regulation. That's what this golf course, this is a ball striker's golf course. Sharma stands over that ball a long time. I mean, what are you thinking about? And when I say what are you thinking about, I mean your mind is thinking about something while you're standing over it. I mean, when you're standing over the ball that long, that static, I mean, you're getting in your own way, I would think.
Yeah, found the bunker off the first hole into the chip mark off the second. So Sharma struggling a little bit early on. Hovland has tapped in his par, so he remains at +2. But Ryan Fox will be hoping he's about to move to level par here. Okay, a step closer. It's got to be step by step for Fox. His mission today is shoot something in the 60s, preferably mid-60s, but something that just gets him in amongst the fringes of contention.
I think you make a good point there. I think 67 will be a good score for Fox today, 5 under par, and that'll chip away. You never know. You can't play defense in golf. You don't know what Fitzpatrick and Hatton are going to do. Fitzpatrick is the main man coming in this week. Hatton's a little bit further down the DP World Tour rankings coming in, so a little bit more of a hill to climb for Hatton to win the season rankings.
Off to the third.
It's downwind on third today, and I was wondering if Foxy was going to hit driver, because if he flies that bunker, he's going to have nothing in, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a mile down there.
Only guys like Ryan Fox and Nico Kolsard see that shot.
Same play for Hovland. Now, does he have the meat that Ryan Fox has to carry his bunker? It's downwind, all right. A good one should do it.
Oh, he does carry it. Lands on that downslope. What a tee shot from both players at the third.
Yeah, Fox has still got about 15 yards on him there, though.
Yeah, Ryan just caressed that one out there, didn't he? He was just trying to hit the fairway. He didn't give it the full business. Fox is 9th in driving distance this season on the DP World Tour, but he lays up a lot off the tee. I think, you know, if it really came down to a driving contest for distance, it'd be hard-pressed to find 3 or 4 guys that could hit it further than Fox.
From the mulch, not a bad lie here. Get the club on the back of the ball just to lay up. Tell you this into the wind today, and it's a good club wind now, I would think, for the players. Off and upslope. No chance, I think, for Lowry to reach 282 all up. Taking out the wood, but obviously trying to get as near as he can to the green. It's going to go into the stratosphere.
An important little hop there out of the Bermuda rough.
It's going to be a very awkward pitch shot coming out of the first cut of rough, but he's coming, you know, he's going to be landing on a right to left side slope coming off that front fringe that goes from the, slope down towards the hole. So it's not going to be an easy one, but Shane Lowry has wonderful touch around the green. It's always fun to watch.
Here come Ryan Fox and Victor Hovland. You can show how far Ryan Fox has come, because for so long he was son of his dad Grant, an all-black legend, World Cup winner, and that's how he was always referred, and it's very little said now, which shows how good his golf's become.
Yeah, it's a funny story from earlier this year. Ryan and I were in Edinburgh Airport arriving in the evening, and we were waiting on luggage to arrive. This was a couple weeks after, he hurt his knee at the BMW PGA Championship, where he had to pull out, just a freak accident at home. And I had met Grant for the first time down in Christchurch in the middle 2000s, and a fabulous man. And I'm an American, so rugby's not that big of a deal, but I knew who he was and that type of thing. And so Ryan and I are standing there talking, and Grant comes up. He says, "Jay, Grant Fox." I said, Grant, I know. Everyone knows. Everyone in the airport is looking at you. But that's how humble not only Ryan is, but it's just the nature of the family. Grant Fox, one of the most famous sportsmen in the world, introduces himself. There's no introduction necessary.
Yeah, and I think that's rubbed off of Ryan if anyone's met him. So it's a similar equation, isn't it? It's the mouth-watering prospect watching these four. Every shot of their second round at this second round of the DP World Tour Championship.
It's just so cool when you have someone so famous that is so humble, and that's just the Fox family. And Ryan is having a career season, but it could have been a lot better. I mean, he's finished second 3 times. He could have won 4 times very easily.
Well, they're a couple of decent hits, aren't they? 370 down there for Fox. Hovland's going to have to go some to catch up with that.
.88 yards for Hovland. Bit of a downhill lie. Bit skinny lie too, actually. Strike. Very important. Oh my dear God. That would have been some morning.
I tell you what, we're in for a tasty day. We really are. We got some quality golf to watch here.
Foxy from 20 less, 68 yards. Much better lie for him. Let's see if he can get it inside. Needs to go a bit. And it releases nicely. 2 different ways to play this. That was great.
Well, you're a hard man, Nico. There wasn't much space inside of Hovland's ball, between ball and hole, to get inside of him. But 2 wonderful shots. Played different ways.
Still only 24. Victor Hovland 11th in the world. And he said he's been struggling a little bit with his long games, been working hard on his short game and making some improvements, and maybe by giving that focus sometimes you let other departments of your game get a little bit looser. Just to remind you as Victor Hovland pops it in there, he needs Rory to finish worse than 4th and Ryan Fox to finish worse than 3rd, and then naturally Matt Fitzpatrick not to win. So those are part of the equations he needs, and it might seem ridiculous to say that he's starting the day at 2 over par, but these are world-class golfers who can go out and shoot low numbers day after day. I know that's what Victor's going to have to do, but it's not impossible, particularly if you start playing golf shots like this.
And this was wonderful from just under 90 yards, wind behind. This is just a pure strike. Look how fast this sat down on firm greens. That's just a great shot.
So Victor Hovland off and running. He gets to 1 over par, but this for Ryan Fox to get under par for the tournament. Nicely done. Okay, game on.
Well, it's a dream start for Fox. He's now tied with McIlroy, 1 under par. Of course, McIlroy hasn't teed off yet. And here is another look. Just a different shot, a little lower shot, playing it to release, bounce up.
Well, those two could carry each other along very nicely. Victor Hovland and Ryan Fox looking very relaxed, playing some lovely golf. 3 birdies between them through those first 3 holes. This is how things are in the feature group behind them.
Well, not the pitch that Lowry wanted, really. So an outside chance for a birdie here. Up the slope, fair bit of break from the right.
Yeah, you just left that second shot in an awkward position. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine. But any time you make a 5 at the par 5 second, you're a little bit disappointed.
Well, a chance for Shubhankar Sharma to get a birdie here. This is a very makeable putt. What is it, just about 10 feet or so? Just outside the left edge. Not with the green, so, you know, he can be fairly positive with this. Gives us a good strike just outside the left edge, just about pace here. Knows the ball's going to turn. But when you've had a few bogeys on the run, as you were saying, Richard, suddenly this one becomes a little bit more important because you want to try and get back onto an even keel.
Yeah, and it's been a strange kind of season for Shubhankar. I mean, 2 fantastic weeks, and in between it, a lot of missed cuts. Fantastic second place finish behind Thomas Peters in Abu Dhabi, and then 3rd last week behind Tommy Fleetwood at the Nedbank, but very indifferent campaign really for Shubhankar.
Wow, that was a good putt. You can tell by the body language, hit it right where he wanted. Just a little bit of a misread, maybe just a little bit too much pace.
And people see all the missed cuts, don't necessarily know the story. Shubhankar got COVID in the early part of the season after that fantastic second place finish, and that kind of knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit, and then he missing a lot of cuts by only 1 or 2 shots, so he felt his game wasn't that far away. But after Portugal, well, instead of going to Portugal, went home and played some golf with his dad and felt refreshed, and I think we saw the fruits of that in South Africa last week. Shane Lowry taps in his part, remains 1 under for the day. So easy to see missed cuts and think the game's gone.
I think you said it. You know, there's always more to the story. I mean, you're missing the cut. Are you working on something? Are you working through something technically where you're just not quite on? And as you alluded to, sometimes there's nothing like a little bit of relaxation and home cooking to just get things back on track.
And given the COVID situation, the opportunity to go home, play golf with your dad, something you did obviously years growing up, hasn't been that easy for Shubhankar Sharma and getting back to India. But thankfully, those days seem to be behind us. Here's the players who had a very fine opening day. 400th DP World Tour event for Pablo Larrazabal. Be nice to mark that with a special week, wouldn't it? There's Ryan Fox, already now up to a tie for 22nd place. Rory McIlroy starting at 1 under par for his second round. Rory's going off at 10:30 local time, which is just under half an hour from now.
Now let's have a look at the 4th hole. 230 yards today. Pin cut over in the left third of the green, and the green goes away from you. Once you carry that front bunker, you're landing on a downslope. Very difficult to get it hole high. And the guys that can really hit it high, like a McIlroy, you know, he has a ball flight unlike most others. Maybe he can get it close to the hole here. If you're going to try and get it close to the hole and you don't have that super high ball flight, you better land it very close to that front fringe, just barely over the bunker.
I agree, Jay. The only thing that's helping here is that the wind's off the left. It's always easier to send the ball high and soft when the wind's off the left. I suspect this to be a 5-iron for Foxy. Just turned it into the wind.
Looked like it went in the bunker.
Yeah, I can see it now. It's in the upslope of the bunker short. Now Hovland will probably one more. He's also a bit of a squeezer, so let's see if he has that extra altitude gear.
A really hard shot for someone like Hovland that Nico was saying squeezes it. Means kind of hits down on it, hits through it, de-lofts a little bit. There's a good safe play out to the right.
13 now with Shane Lowry.
Going with the 3-wood here.
Thanks.
And certainly disturbed by something. That is not going to be a good spot, short and to the right.
Apologies if you may have picked up a little bit of poor language. Katayama second in his last start. That was on the PGA Tour at the CJ Cup. Alex Noren fourth on his last start. That was just last week at the Houston Open. So a couple of players who have come from stateside who have come with some confidence. Alex Noren back in 31. He could be the maybe the surprise candidate this week. Everyone talking about Rory and
the spoiler.
Yeah, we know what he can do.
Alex Noren can go low anywhere. When he shot some incredibly low scores on Sundays to win, come from way behind, posting scores. There's a story to be told this week. We just don't know what it is yet.
And David Law, Sebastian Soderberg, went into South Africa last week, unsure if they would be here, and to open up with a couple of 70s there, excellent from them.
What a story. Ollie Wilson winning in Denmark, coming from nowhere. He was ranked outside the top 700 in the world, an emotional win. A guy that just never stopped grinding, enjoying the fruits of his labors, and a good opening round for Wilson.
Bit of an age difference between them. Some people wondering why Ryan Fox, why is it now at the age of 35 that he's coming to the fore? Why is it taking him so long? He actually didn't start taking golf seriously until he was kind of halfway through his degree. We've mentioned his dad was a rugby player. His grandfather actually was the captain of New Zealand at Test cricket as well. So sort of rugby, tennis even, cricket, they came before golf for him, and it was kind of around his early 20s that he decided that maybe golf is going to be the sport for me.
I think he made a good choice, but it'll be an interesting bunker shot here. This is a very deep front bunker that Ryan's found himself in. You can see Fox's ball on the upslope, as Nico said a few moments ago. Plenty of green to work with, but it doesn't mean it's an easy shot.
His ball actually just came out of his pitch mark, Fox in the bunker. It's probably going to be Hovland first. And Hovland also, you have so many options here. You can send the ball a long way up the green into that sort of kink that's into the grain. You can chip and run this, or you can use the putter, like he seems like he's chosen. It's flat enough, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of grain in front of him on this fringe, because that's the first thing when you look at when you take the putter from outside the green. It's what the ball is going to do on that fringe. This looks like it can be pretty smooth, not difficult to find the right pace.
It's all personal preference. I was never a big fan of dealing with an extra variable if I didn't have to. Certainly, I think a lot of players that are good chippers would have probably chipped with a fairly straight-faced club and taken the grain out of play. Fox ready to go.
Just landed that a bit too far, unfortunately. It was the right play, the nice little chunk and run.
Well, you feel like, what happened yesterday, shackles are off. It can be free-flowing Fox, which we've seen plenty of this year. All-out attack as well, which will be fun.
Shane Lowry, you can see a suspect lie there. This is a guessing game on whether it flies or not off of an upslope.
Jay, we shouldn't... Oh, nicely played by Lowry. Maybe a long birdie putt, though. Just we can't assume people were watching yesterday. Just explain why the rough is like it is this year, maybe compared to previous years.
Well, in the past they've overseeded with a winter grass, and it's very expensive to do. It requires a lot of water, and I think they made a great decision. I think it's more of a challenge with the Bermuda rough than it is the overseeded rye or whatever type of grass that they use, and it saves money, and I think it's better ecologically to not have to water so much.
Foxy for par.
That's a pity.
That's a bit disappointing. You know, that wasn't really a very difficult bunker shot for Foxy.
So hopefully isn't going to be something that's going to stop what had been some really good early momentum. The fourth has been playing the hardest hole on the course this week.
Yeah, Richard, the fourth is always the big first golf shot that you have to play on this golf course. And especially today with this pin. I mean, let's see what the group behind is going to do, but it is a very difficult golf shot. So you get out of this with a 3, like Hovland can now, is always a good result. And he does.
So both players now 1 under for the day. .65, the low score of the week so far from Hatton and Fitzpatrick. Most of Fitzpatrick's work was done early on. For Norin, it was over that back 9. Tommy Fleetwood bogeyed the first, but came back nicely after that.
Well, Lowry would be first to play, but he's on the green. Charmer going to chip from the front, pitching back into a little bit of green, just off the left.
Ran on him a little bit. Obviously, Shane Lowry's second shot coming out of the rough ran a lot, and that just illustrates how important it is to hit the fairway. There you can see Lowry 75 feet, nearly 76 feet away. You've got to be in the fairway to be able to control your second shot distance-wise.
Jay pitched it 2 feet on the green. So if he's got a 75-footer, tells you what happened, because it hit the slope in the middle of the green. It's taken it all the way pretty much to the back edge, and this is going to be one heck of a putt he's facing now. Up quite a steep slope into the green. A lot of swing initially from the left, and then it's just a question whether it'll come back a little off the other side once it crests the hill. But again, he's going to have to use all his touch here.
Up woefully short. Lowry really not having a good putting year. 178th ranked in putts per round. Hovland ready to go at the 5th.
.50, Hovland, one off the right. He's tugged it in left a bit. Flag at the back, so it's not too bad. He's on the right side of the fairway, or the rough in this case. Now Foxy. It's not a very demanding tee shot this on 5, just trying to find a fairway. It sounded like an iron to me.
It was indeed.
Also looking at it a long time, and that's a long way left.
Ooh.
I'm going to go and have a look at that.
That needs a break. Just dropped a shot at 4, and that is amongst the trees at 5.
Back to 3, Lowry for par. And well holed. Similar length to his birdie putt at the first, so 2 nicely holed putts in 3 holes for Lowry.
Warren, we were talking yesterday after the round. You said things started really warming up in terms of the weather by the time you got to the 3rd. Is it the same today?
Oh yes, it is certainly warm, and let me tell you, it's as humid as I've ever known it here in Dubai this week. It really is kind of sweltering weather. It's where you're going to drink a lot of water out on the course. Got to keep yourself hydrated. Sharma will have seen Lowry's putt turn a little bit right to left, so he knows exactly what this is going to do. A really good two-putt from Shane, I've got to say. He'll be thrilled with that. This has got to go in for Sharma, otherwise it's a long day.
I agree with Warren. That was a huge putt for Sharma. 2 over after 3, coming up to one of the hardest holes in the course in 4, and you're moving in the wrong direction. So that's a big momentum putt.
We're watching 3 of the players, Shubhankar Sharma, the odd man out, in terms of in our feature group that could all potentially win the DP World Tour rankings. Rory McIlroy looking to double up after winning the FedEx Cup, starting with that narrow advantage over Ryan Fox, who closed the gap after his 4th runner-up finish to go with those 2 wins this season. Matt Fitzpatrick, well, he could upset the pair of them there if he can carry on where he's played from day one. Tommy Fleetwood, handily placed 4 under par after the opening round. We're watching Victor Hovland. No Zalatoris, he's injured. Peters, baby due any moment, baby number 2 in the Peters household. And Shane Lowry and Adrian Maroc, the other 2 who could still potentially win the rankings. 2,000 points up for grabs for the winner. Well, we wondered where Ryan Fox's ball had finished, and Nico has had a good look for us. Good or bad news for the Kiwi?
Well, pretty bad. I mean, I have had my share of very bad lies over 20 years of professional golf, but this is right up there. It's sitting like in some sort of bird's nest. It's super soft everywhere. It's 2 inches deep. He can only try to hack this back into play. But the problem is, like I said, it's 2 inches deep. I mean, you can easily leave it there, or you can scull it and the ball would go deeper into the sand. I'm actually quite curious, and I'm going to keep a close eye on this.
Well, Hovland got a drop at the first for an abnormal conditions lie. Is there any chance of asking for a drop here, Nico?
Well, I don't carry animal things around in my pocket. To do him a favor, I would have actually just dropped them there and do him a favor, but
to the tough par 3 4th with Lowry.
Go.
Asking for it to go. It didn't.
It's such a tough shot. That part of the green is pretty shallow for the length of shot they're trying to play, even though it is an elevated tee at 4. Let's go to 5 out of the left rough. Hovland ready to go.
Hovland for 156, playing a little bit over that because it's going uphill. Back right flag. That needs to release a little bit when he gets on the green, I think. Looks quite good though. Claps. Always a good sign.
Yeah, is good. Oh, that's not so good though.
I don't know if I've ever seen a lie like that.
No. I mean, how do you play a shot like that?
Well, if you're going to play it, you play it like a bunker shot. You have to come in through the mulch and the sand and just try and get. I mean, I think it's a pretty good result just to get to the fairway if he has to play that live.
It looks like there's a couple. Well, I'm in a weird little hole. There's another one there. It doesn't look like a footprint or anything. Like it does, obviously might pull this one on the side tracks and footprints, but that looks split.
With the quails from
yeah, that's
around the place, and they kind of reached in this sort of stuff, I think, and dig a little hole in it. Could be that.
It doesn't look very natural. It doesn't look like obviously a very serious.
No, it's definitely not good.
Like another one here. Yeah.
Yeah, what's caused the little holes? And Ryan's saying there's a few others around.
I think they're contemplating some type of animal digging around.
It's entirely possible we've got a community of birds living in here.
But the ground is so uneven every time you get out of the grass here. It's always very difficult to assess if it is a digging animal work or if it's just the nature of the environment.
Looks like
balls in the hands.
Yeah, it looks like he's got himself a drop. A free one, that is.
Well, I think if, you know, based on what was done at the first hole for Hovland, I think you have to give Fox a drop here.
I mean, they're two different scenarios. One was tire mark, and here is just a big fat hole that we don't know what caused it. But Simon Higginbottom seems to think that it is worth giving him a free drop, so we'll go with it.
Great break.
I do think this is the right call, though.
Oh, I do as well. No question. It wasn't a. It was definitely an abnormal, you know, condition lie.
I think we're unanimous on that.
Still far from an easy shot.
He's still off a pretty severe downhill lie, though. Ball below his feet. But he's going to have a clear shot. He sits in the shade as well, which is nice this morning because he's starting to heat up a bit.
Got a break, made the most of it. Good shot, Ryan Fox. Yeah, because if he hadn't got the drop there, he's going to have pretty much just chipping into the rough. I mean, you're throwing in a possible double bogey then.
Pretty good lie here for Shane Lowry, but that's the only good thing that's going for him. Well below the level of the green, pitching onto a downslope with the green going away from him. He's got to play a great bunker shot here to get this within 2 or 3 feet. Ooh. He only just got that out, you know.
Busy day, Friday at this DP World Tour Championship. It's the opening round as well for the G4D Tour Series finale for the 8 leading players on the Golf for Disabled Tour. One was right, he only just got over that bunker.
Yeah, we did get a reasonable look there. One of the camera angles we had, that is such a deep bunker. You can only see the top half of the flagstick. It's always more difficult to you know, judge it correctly when you can't see your landing surface.
Well, Hovland is moving ahead of Foxy's, and he's got 2 different set of colour in front of him, so we know what that means. 2 different set of grain. It's going to start from going right to left and then maybe easing off at the end. That's a great effort because it wasn't easy to read.
Anytime you're dealing with 2 different grain directions in a putt, you know, say he was probably just over 20 feet. It's so difficult to get the line correct. He had great speed, gave it a good effort.
I mentioned the Golf for Disabled series finale. I mean, this is really unlucky. There it looks in, just grabs the left edge. It's also a community day here as well. They're inviting schools, junior golfers, people of determination. Behind the scenes, there's golf clinics and workshops as well. So it's a busy day in Dubai, and worth reminding that the weekend starts on a Friday in Dubai. Friday and Saturday is the weekend here, so the crowd should build nicely through the day.
Left to right uphill, and then at the end a little bit down grain, but well judged pace for Ryan Fox. After that errant tee shot, 4 is a very good score, really, for both players. Both players missed the rough, missed the fairway. Out of the sandy lie, the mulch area for Fox, and chopping out of the deep rough for Hovland.
He was fortunate, and it was a bad error off the tee, only going with the iron, to put yourself in a predicament like that, but he got fortunate. par for Shane Lowry. So he gives back that birdie from the first hole back to level par for the round.
Well, Sharma played a fabulous bunker shot because he didn't have a good lie in the sand short of the green. So to have this 5-footer, a little bit of left to right to save his par. Delighted if he can knock it in. It'll be a very good up and down. Well, a good putt on the last green. Needs another good one here.
Only the second time playing the DP World Tour Championship for Shubhankar Sharma. Here's a look at the par 3/6.
Always visually intimidating. 196 yards today with the back left hole location. The hole's cut 32 paces on, 5 from the left edge. Not only are you carrying water, which shouldn't be in play today, but that water over on the left, everything slopes towards that back left portion of the green, and that water on the left is in play. You can't really see it from the tee, but the players know it's there. I think the ideal situation here at 196 yards, probably pitch it about, maybe take a little bit of air out of it, pitch it about 185 and maybe get it to release back there. You don't want to force anything here at 6 today.
And it's playing downwind, so Jay, you're right. You want to pitch it 85. It's going to play 75, and you can take another 5 off because of the heat. So some guys will be tempted to hit a 9. I think this is going to be an 8 for Victor. Hello.
Fabulous.
Now I hope that Foxy has got one less in his hand because he's definitely longer than Victor, and Victor has hit this just past the hole. Doesn't look much, but there's a little bit of homework involved in hitting this shot close on 6 today.
Really good shots into the 6. That ball runs to the fringe, but that's a very makeable birdie putt. 2 aggressive shots. You can see those are 2 confident players to take on that hole location. ...196 yards at 6 today, but as Nico told us, a little bit of breeze, firm green, heat. Ball's traveling a long way, and you don't have to carry it all the way. It's going to release back there. Wonderful shot from Hovland.
Well, Hovland, who started the year with a win in Dubai. Ryan Fox, who won the Ras Al Khaimah Championship in the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship as well. 5th in the world, now just outside the top 10. It's always interesting hearing the players talk before they start the week, and the fact that Victor was suggesting maybe his long game wasn't where he wants it to be means there's a player not quite as confident as he has always been.
Well, your game ebbs and flows throughout the year. There's really no off season in the world of professional golf. There's always somewhere warm to chase the tour, and a good tee shot at 5 from Shane Lowry. So I mean, yeah, I mean, some, you know, certain parts of the year your long game's going to be good, then you're going to putt well. The key is get it all lined up at the right time, and that's when you start winning, when you're doing everything well on certain weeks. Shot from Sharma. So important to get it in the fairway here for this uphill second shot, and one of the shorter par 4s on the golf course.
2 similar kind of putts coming up, even though Ryan Fox is just off the green at this par 3/6.
the second ball. Okay.
Now, Hovland is going to have the luxury of knowing exactly what this putt does because it's Foxy's first. Just off the green, but there's not much in this. You can be aggressive. It's uphill. You just hit a good shot on a difficult par 3. Favor the left side, maybe.
The push that was right all the way. Not a good effort from Fox. I'm not sure he hit a good enough putt to really show Hovland much with that one.
So now this is where your mind sometimes tricks you, because you know that Foxy didn't hit the putt in the line he intended to, in seeing what the ball does, but you still got to stick to what you've seen and not let what's just happened pollute your thinking process.
Yeah, it's always nice to hear some roars going up. I'd like to hear a few cheers if this one drops as well for Victor.
Wow, he hit a good putt. He hit that right where he tried to, just didn't break as much. I think Nico was right. Might have gotten foxed a little bit by the poor putt from Ryan Fox.
Two really good tee shots, but nothing better than a 3 from the 2 in our leading feature group. Good positions for Sharma and Lowry at 5.
Nice that they're both on the fairway. Makes it so much easier. It's still quite a long shot today. It's into a little bit of breeze. Uphill considerably. 164 for Sharma. So it's big 8 would be a little 7. So if he comes up a little shy, it's probably maybe this. The 8 not quite enough coming up the hill. Wind actually a little bit off the right, so might help him with the draw. Kind of moving about this little zephyr. It's obviously in 2 miles. Quite a tough pin today because it's right at the back. So if you go a little long, find the back sand. That's not where you want to be. But you want to try and get it to the hole. Give yourself an easy putt on one of the shorter par 4s on the course. How brave will he be?
Certainly swing. It looked like he was taking something off of it. Gets it up there hole high. Good controlled shot.
Feels like he's been around a while, Shubhankar Sharma. It's still only 26.
143 here for Lowry coming up the hill, so big wedge. If he hits the big wedge, might get a lot of spin.
Another good shot. Gets it in the right section of the green.
Second par 5 of this front 9. Hovland, win off the right. It's basically the first hole you can really try to rip one and try to go as far as possible down this fairway. 10 out of 10 for Hovland. It's perfect drive. Now go on, Foxy. There's always something about watching one of those big dudes hitting a big drive. I've played with Foxy a fair amount of time, and it's always cool when he hits a big one.
Kind of takes one to know one, doesn't it? No slouch Nicholas Colsaerts either, but look at that one. Striding past Victor Hovland's fine drive.
If you're impressing Nicholas Colsaerts with length off the tee, you are really long. Because Nicholas, well, he said yesterday he's just turned 40, so you know he's getting a bit long in the tooth. But in his younger days, Nicholas could really move it out there.
7 under's the mark at the top of the leaderboard. That's not going to change for a little while. Still a couple of hours before Hatton and Fitzpatrick start their second rounds. Good to see new talent coming through. Yannick Paul, fine season for him. Nice start here. Gavin Green, one of those who's had an excellent second half of the campaign. Been a really consistent last few months for Antoine Rosner, the Frenchman. Has hardly been outside of the top 20 really since the middle of the summer. There's Richard Mansell. We were watching him yesterday in our feature group coverage. And Connor Syme, good friends with Ewan Ferguson, not quite had the season that Ferguson's had, although he's higher than him on the leaderboard right now as things stand in this season finale. But another really good Scottish talent. So 2 birdie looks at 5.
2 really good looks too, because this is as inviting as you can get for Sharma. Grain a little left to right slope, fractionally left to right, so it's outside the hole, but pretty flat up here, so he can be bold.
Shubhankar Sharma in a way has been fortunate that he's peaked this season in 2 events where they really counted.
Yeah, he's really had 2 good weeks, and the rest of the year, I'm not going to say it's been a struggle, but it hasn't been easy. But you know, for most of the time when we're watching golf on television, you're looking at the stars all the time. But the rank and file players, the journeymen, typically they, you know, the saying is you make 80% of your money in 3 weeks of the year. So it's just, you know, taking advantage of when you're playing well.
Been a fabulous 2022 for Shane Lowry. What's in this one for him, Warren?
Not a lot. I think he's just waiting for the guys to tee off the 9th. They're about 50 yards away, so the noise that the driver makes might just disturb him, but he's got a really good look at a birdie here. Quite a nice approach, a little bit more down grain than Sharma's, so this will be a little bit quicker, but it'll also turn from his left just outside the edge of the hole.
Another lip out. We've seen a few of those already this morning.
I alluded to earlier, Lowry really struggling this season on the greens. Of course, he had that huge win at Wentworth BMW PGA Championship, but in putts per round and putts per greens in regulation, he's outside the top 175 on tour in both of those really important categories. Number 1 in greens in regulation, so that makes up for a lot.
Yeah, and the fact that he got to be champion golf of the year for 24 months. That's not bad either.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, that was an amazing win at Royal Portrush for Shane Lowry.
Two booming drives at 7.
Hole's got pretty much right in the middle of the green, 15 on. Right in the center of the green, but you see the 3 bunkers up there. The one on the left was well short of the green. 50 yards from the back edge to the front edge, back edge of the bunker, front edge of the green.
Yeah, the only thing is if you head left, then you're going to be going straight up this hill if we're down in the slope.
Yeah,
which is not the end of the world.
I'd rather err towards there than being in that bunker.
Completely agree with you.
That's also what I was thinking. You know, to hit this close, you have to bring this bunker that's in front into play. And it takes the ultimate strike to hit this high enough and leave it there near the hole So he's going to try to use that ball and get it to climb up on the left-hand part of this green.
Okay, kicked out of the second cut there. Talking about the crowds building today, apparently for the first time ever, the general admission into this DP World Tour Championship is sold out for Saturday and Sunday. That's never happened before. They should be in for a cracking final 2 days as well.
Foxy also trying to find this green in 2 on the par 5-7 with, I think, will be nothing more than a 5-iron, and it's down off the left, and it's heading my way also.
Ooh, that is a difficult lie. TV flattens everything out. That's going to be on a downslope. Plenty of green to work with, but it's going to be an awkward shot for Fox.
Well, Lowry's already played here on the par 3-6 and he's let it go a long way right, so hard to see from here, but he could have a very awkward putt. I think this is a little bit more inviting, this pin today here, than yesterday when it was much closer to the left side of the green. It's further back, got a little bit more room from the right. You can bring it in, feed it in off the slope, so you can be a little bit more aggressive here today. 196 all up.
Good shot from Sharma, an aggressive line.
We've seen some fabulous shot making, haven't we, over the opening stages in our feature groups. They got off to a fabulous start from Shane Lowry. This at the opening hole for the Irishman.
Just a little feel 9-iron in there. This set up a birdie at the first hole for Lowry. Brilliant shot to start the day.
Couple of pars to start for Victor Hovland, then did that at the third, just to kick it in from there.
Ryan Fox trying to match Hovland's birdie at the third. Both hit it in there pretty close to the hole, and Fox walks it in.
But neither of the 4 players really have had the low start. They really wanted to try and claw themselves back in amongst the contenders. You know, when you started the day at 1 over, or as Victor Hovland 2 over par, that's 8-9 shots back. You're looking for something in the mid-60s, really, something around the 65 to 67 mark to make the weekend a real possibility. So much on the line, winning this season finale itself and possibly the DP World Tour rankings.
There's that awkward shot, downhill lie, green going away from, and that's really pretty well judged. About 5.5 feet. But from where he was, Nico, that was a good shot.
Yeah, both players were actually far enough into the green to not to have to deal with this ball that is front left on this pretty slopey green. Hovland a much easier shot, just inside that thicker bit of rough. This could just go high and release if he catches the top grooves on his wedge, but that can also go low and zippy, just because how the ball sits.
Really well played. He feels there is an improvement in his chipping. He knew it was a part of his game that needed to be worked on to put him in that world-class category that every other department of his game seems to be in.
He really improved since he first came out on tour. He was, you know, by tour standards, not very good, and now he's certainly in the conversation of having a decent short game. Anytime he improves that, he's going to get better and better.
Really tough putt for Lowry down the slope, having to set that one a long way right. Double breakup.
We saw this a lot yesterday from Cabrera Bello as Ryan Fox knocks that birdie putt in at 7, picks up his 3rd birdie today. Cabrera Bello was a long way away from the hole seemingly all day yesterday. It just kind of wears on you, so you have to hit it in the right portion of the green.
3rd birdie today of Ryan Fox. Our camera guys have got to be quick. They don't waste much time. Ryan certainly doesn't. Couple under for the round, so he's back alongside Rory McIlroy at 1 under par. Rory McIlroy just heading off for his 2nd round, has opened up with a par 4. Hovland to match the 4 of Fox.
Ooh, that was a pull. That wasn't a very good stroke there.
Quick putt here for Sharma, down off his right.
Sharma looks like he's hitting good putts that just aren't going in. Sometimes that's what happens, and you were talking about the missed cuts. Sometimes you're playing well, and you know things just don't go your way. Certainly didn't go Victor Hovland's way. Bogey free on the day, but that's a disappointing par 5 at 7.
Yeah, there were 5 bogey-free rounds on Thursday here. Tough par putt to come for Shane Lowry.
This is what you get when you hit in the wrong section of the green on the very large greens that effectively are small if you're trying to make birdies. Awkward long putts. Anytime you're outside of that section of the green where the hole's cut, then you're having to grind. It wears on you. Beautiful putt. Great pace.
I look back from the fairway towards the 8th tee. Playing a 1/4 of a stroke above its par so far today. These are the early starters, so only about 10 to 12 players have gone through so far.
Playing into off the left 8 today, so keep in mind that every time a long hitter gets on this tee box, all he sees is scarring the bunker down the left. I think Foxy still be capable of that, even with a little bit of wind.
Swing, sharp. Any to your left.
Not by much, not by much, which is the point I'm trying to make here, that Hovland is going to have to use the fairway down the right. Important tee shot this, just after missing a short birdie putt on the par 5. This is where you keep the momentum.
As Nico predicted, that was a little bit up the right at 8 for Hovland. And let's go over to 17 and Lowry.
Well, he set it off down the right towards the right-hand bunker. Pretty good spot now.
Warren, these trees on the left have really grown in the last few years, and if you like to play a cut shot, those trees are in your sight line.
Well, yeah, I think you'd have to play a pretty big cut, but I know what you mean. They encroach a little bit more, but it's certainly a chance. Guys have got to open the shoulders here and give this one a little bit of a bomb off the tee. The second shot so long, going uphill. You've got to give yourself a chance here. Rip this one.
Ooh, that got a good kick. That could have ended up in the rough, ends up in the fairway. Good break for Sharma.
A little taste of what's on offer in this second round of the DP World Tour Championship. Tyrrell Hatton, Matt Fitzpatrick tied at the top of the leaderboard. Two big chances this week. Two carrots dangling to win the championship itself and the race to be the DP World Tour #1. This event number 43 of the season. What a season it's been. Major win for Matt Fitzpatrick. Thomas Pieters with the first Rolex 6 Series victory of the year. Across the continents, across the world, and all the way to the Jumeirah Golf Estates and the Earth Course. Colin Morikawa crowned as the #1 last season. And at the moment, it's Matt Fitzpatrick who's in position to succeed him, but a lot of golf still to be played. Rory McIlroy trying to win the rankings for the 4th time. Trying to be only the 3rd player to win both the rankings in Europe and on the PGA Tour in the same season. All these players have had fabulous years. The Rookie of the Year race, that's going to be good too, isn't it? Tristan Lawrence at the moment has the edge. Yannick Paul's made a very nice start here though. Torbjorn Olesen amongst those back in the winner's circle in 2022. Guido Migliozzi likewise.
Holland missing the fairway at 8 over to the right, and that will be lie dependent. This 3-level green, the hole's cut up in the back portion, always a little bit difficult to get the distance control just right. It's a pretty shallow little shelf back there.
That gets us onto that second tee. Make sense?
Yeah, you mentioned it, Jay. This is going to require perfect delivery of the club face onto the ball because it's very, 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 very fluffy. So this can come out dead if you come a bit too steep on it. He's came over the top of that a little bit.
It's going to be an awkward chip shot. A lot of green to deal with, but not much of it is flat. Fox ready to go.
159, perfect position. Maybe looking at trying to find that back shelf. It's coming in low. Needs to stay there. Gets the bad bounce of that shoulder there. Not going to be an easy next one.
Ooh, that short side of himself and in the rough. He's not going to have the advantage that Hovland has coming from the chipping area, and that's a bad miss with a short iron for Fox at 8.
Well, he's hit a fairway. It's only the second fairway he's hit so far today for Sharma. 264 he's got, but the problem is, out with a 3-wood, but he's off a downslope and a side hill lie. Ball below his feet, and when you're trying to get the ball up in the air, and you need it significantly up in the air here to get onto the middle of this green, this is going to call for perfect execution. It's not the best lie for this shot. So if he pulls this one off, he's played an absolute humdinger. Well, that's just a terrific shot from that lie. I'll give him 10 out of 10 for that one, boys.
Got it hole high, so eagle putt coming up for Sharma.
Completely different here for Lowry. 10 yards closer, 254. Works on 240 for his 5-wood. Does play uphill, but with the ball flying so far in this heat, got the feeling, and you want height, I've got the feeling this might be the 5-wood. He'd have to take something off a 3-wood if he's going to use that club. High and right. I think he forced the 5-wood.
Awkward position for Lowry over there, although that's his third coming up at the par 5. Fair to say an awkward one as well for Fox. Here's Hovland, other side.
Hovland, uphill lie. Can go a bit steep and chase this up with a bit of a spin. Just maybe cut a bit of grass behind the ball. Now, I'm going to look closely at this. He's got a decent lie, but he's got nothing to work with. Either you're playing with half a foot of landing area, or you're playing the high super soft one. You easily do that when the ball is sitting mediumly good, let's say. It was tempting to play the finesse one.
That's one of the tough things about this kind of grass. It's so easy to fluff one, and this doesn't look like the best of lies for his fourth shot.
It was basically the only place you didn't want to end up was to the right there, because you had nothing to work with. Foot fault from Foxy.
Yeah, that's left for bogey. I mean, what a week it could be for New Zealand golf. Stephen Alker winning the rankings on the Champions Tour. Lydia Ko leading overnight in the Tour Championship on the LPGA Tour. She could also win the rankings, in fact favourite to do so. Ryan Fox could do it. I mean, it's not a big country, is it, New Zealand? But to maybe end the year like that would be incredible.
That would be quite the triple from such a small country. A par putt coming up here for Hovland after a mediocre chip shot at best.
Yeah, but everything was into the grain on the green. You know, it's very difficult for somebody that doesn't have, let's say, an amazing short game, you know, to play this shot very aggressively. Because you also know that behind the hole it kind of slopes off a little bit because it shines around the hole. Everything in front of you is super dark. So you know you have to send it in there with a lot of pace, but wasn't the easiest one to judge, but this is a lot longer than he would have liked for his par on 8.
Ooh, that is far from finish right there. That ball slid well past the hole, as Nico was saying. Going away from him beyond the hole. And both players struggling at the 8th. Fox has made 3 birdies in the first 7 holes. This is for a bogey at the 8th. I mean, you've made 3 birdies, but it's the 2 bogeys at 4 and 8. 8 out of the fairway. That was really an unforced error.
Yeah, I think this is the pin position on this 8th green that will probably have the worst scoring average, because it's very, very small at the top there. If you hit it long, you're not looking great. If you look to the right, like we just saw, you're not looking great either.
Couple of 5s. We've got 3 players in our feature groups, and Hovland clearly angry with that, who had a chance of winning the DP World Tour rankings this week, but none of them have made the fast start they've been looking for. Lowry at the par 5/7, 3rd shot now.
really awkward shot here. Has to carry the ball a long way, and that is a wonderful shot. That is great control. Give you a bucket of balls and you struggle to get the inside of that one.
What a really good look at the eagle here for Sharma. Quite a bit outside the left of the hole. It's going to break at least a cup. He's come close a few times. Is this going to be his lucky moment?
No.
Foxy on 9. Also a big par 4. Went off the right. He's leading right. Want to avoid that bunker. And he hasn't avoided it. And it's a long way in there too. He's going to have a huge lip in front of him. I wonder actually if sometimes, you know, with Foxy's pace of play, you know, if it's not a moment just to take 2 deep breaths and get back on the saddle. Yeah, but it's always difficult to go against your DNA. Yeah, as we all know.
Yeah, sorry, Nicholas, you're right. I mean, sometimes you just think maybe it's a little too quick, which seems a bad thing to say, isn't it?
We saw this last week as well with him, with the way he putted on 18 against Fleetwood. How quickly he went, but that's who he is. Hovland, early pickup of the tee. All good.
Yeah, it's a little ironic, I think, after what we generally say to try and push the players up on and asking one of them to slow down. Shubhankar Sharma then for the 2-putt birdie at 7. First of the day. Also for birdie. It's a delightful up and down from the bunker. A joy to watch around the greens, Shane Lowry. Back to level par for the tournament now. Day 2 of the DP World Tour Championship. Just about an hour and a half or more before the overnight co-leaders, the 2 Englishmen, Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick, will start their second rounds at 7 under. Good finish to the year for Rasmus Højgaard. Was leading it during that final round in South Africa. Paul Waring had a hole 39-footer on the 17th, which helped just squeeze him in for this week. One of the moments of the season was that celebration when Richie Ramsey closed things out.
Delightful hole, the 8th. A hole that would have suited me down to the ground, dogleg, right to left, so a nice draw. I'd fancy off the right-hand bunkers, but with the wind today slightly into their face and off the left, probably that draw shot might just hold straight. There's a bunker down the left side, and it kind of wants to tempt you to hit it left, but if you carry that, there's only rough behind the hole, so you've got to play a little bit away to the right, force yourself to aim right off this tee a little.
Sit down. Sit down. Fox.
Apologies again for some language. I'm assuming that one fell into the bunker.
It did fall into the bunker. And that's that little bit of breeze. And again, if players like to manoeuvre the ball a little bit left to right in the air, then that bunker very much in play.
Left bunker. Yeah, right half. It's not that strong. It's like an 11 o'clock. All right.
Sharma, a lot of shots that he's hit today with the driver off the tee, they have all gone left. So that left bunker down that left side very much in play unless he overcompensates. And a little bit lower ball flight for this chap.
Good ball.
Now Foxy's going to have to hit this very high and very quickly. You can only think that would have been a 9-iron. Could get to the back of the ball all right.
Oh, that's a long way left.
Yeah. And Hovland, from, of course, as you can see, a much easier position from 171 and second guessing himself. It's not a very wide part of the green to find on 9. I mean, this is nothing more than a 9 or an 8. I think you can probably get there with 9. It's only 3 or 4 from the right edge. This is a very good birdie opportunity on a very tough hole on this golf course.
Well, it is a very good look at birdie now. Struggles for Ryan Fox. Hovland, though, making the most of that drive.
It's such a difficult shot in because of the narrowness of the front part of this green. Really good, and looking for a bounce back birdie after the errant bogey at the 8th.
Adrian Ortega has moved to 4 under par, 3 back of the leaders after a good start. He's playing with Rory McIlroy. He's opened up with 3 straight pars. Hovland with a putt which would see him turn under par. Player who had that terrific start to the year 1 here in the United Arab Emirates in Dubai. Saw off Rory McIlroy, amongst others, to claim the title at the Slink Dubai Desert Classic. Played well in America and then went really quiet, but kind of bounced back at the Open Championship where he played in that final round alongside Rory.
Yeah, they just never really got anything going that final day. McIlroy played a very conservative round. Essentially, if you count the times he used a putter, sometimes from off the green, 36 putts to shoot a couple under par, and just wasn't enough for the incredible effort from the champion.
For the first time contending for Victor Hovland at a major. In fact, it was his first top 10 in a major. How bad is this?
Well, it's not great. A lot can go wrong here. The lie is not amazing. He's got a bunker on the left. He's got that tree to avoid. And I think you can give him 200 balls and he will never hit it anywhere closer than what he just did. Amazing.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Ryan Fox. 2 wins for him this year, Ryan Fox. You can see he's pleased as punch with that one. Oh, a lot could go wrong here.
That's always very awkward coming out of those type of lies. You don't know the firmness underneath. And oh, just feedback. Oh, it tried.
Well, he's okay in the bunker, Lowry. Probably a 6-iron. 192 all up to the flag.
Cracker. Well, a wonderful bunker shot at the last. That's up there as well.
I can't tell you how good of a shot that was. I mean, probably the best shot I've seen since we started doing this yesterday morning. That would be an amazing save for Foxy. He was laughing when he was coming out of where he was, looking at me.
Brilliant.
Oh, dear God. Beer's on me tonight, Foxy.
What a 4. And that's good enough to take him under par for the day through the turn. You can see he's still smiling. That's how good that is.
He always plays in such a relaxed manner. I mean, clearly, you know, like every other player, we talked about it yesterday, guys are dealing with nerves and sometimes for different reasons. But Ryan Fox always looks very relaxed and like he's enjoying himself, as you should.
Nothing too fancy here after a 9.5 out of 10 golf shot from Hovland on the fairway. This is in the left-hand side of the cup for him. It's a bit quick, but it shouldn't really move more than a ball and a half.
Pure those greens are. If you're stroking it well, you just feel like you can make it every single time. And Hovland strokes that one in, a great 3 to finish his opening 9 and 35.
Well, that was a very pleasant way to end the front 9 for these two. Fantastic 4 from Fox and a terrific 3 from Hovland. So both turn in 35 shots, 1 under for the day. We'll move back to the 8th green with Shane Lowry and Shubhankar Sharma. How did you like that second out of the bunker there, Warren?
Well, absolutely top draw. I mean, he was quite fortunate because it just fell in the bunker, but it ran down to the middle, and he had a chance to get it up and over the lip, and probably just about a really good 6-iron distance. So I didn't have to fiddle it too much, but to execute it, that was top draw. As for Sharma, when he hit the fairway, he played a wicked second. I mean, I know the ball was below his feet, and on a side hill slope, little bit of uphill, short side yourself, as much as he's done, he'll be annoyed. The lie's okay, but out of this Bermuda, that's never good. It's just okay. And he's got to play a great shot. He can get the club underneath the ball, so he should be able to get the height. But to play it with precision, with very little green to work with, he's got to play a super shot. Got to keep the speed through the ball here. You're going to throw it up in the air, and you've got to have great touch.
You can see from the shade of the green, once he gets over the fringe, it's down grain, downhill to the hole. Oh, landed it perfectly. What a great shot.
These guys are pretty good.
There's a reason they have their name on their bag, because they're very good. People often ask me at home, how good are they? How would I do? You have no idea how good these guys are. If you're a scratch handicap, you're probably 7 or 8 shots every round to these guys on tour. And we're not talking about the best in the world like McIlroy. We're talking everybody on tour is so good week in, week out.
Yeah, and if you had a scratch golfer, Jay, playing this course at 7,700, the way that it's set up, how many would break 80?
I was just going to say, not many would have a score that started with a 7.
Yeah. Well, this is makeable. Outside the right edge, it's slick. We fancy this all day long. Go.
That was a phenomenal approach shot out of the fairway bunker. Just didn't capitalize. Not all good putts go in. 10th hole, 437 yards. Plays much shorter than that. A little bit of an elevated tee here. Not the widest of fairways. Holes cut in the front left portion of the green. So ideally, if you can keep it down the right side of the fairway, a little bit better angle. Absolutely imperative to be in the fairway. You don't want to be coming out of that Bermuda rough with a front hole location, because the ball's going to want to release in the best of circumstances.
Yeah, you're totally right, Jay. The good thing about this 10th hole is that they have cleared a lot of the trees that they had on the 10th here in the past. So it allows you to take on that right side a bit more confidently. I think I've jinxed it. I'm learning the job here, fellas. I'll keep my mouth shut next time.
Your mouth can be a magnet, Nico. Yeah, that's right.
Commentator's jinx. Yeah, that looks like an unplayable lie in the near future.
Now, Foxy would have seen how much that moved left to right. You can use the left side here a fair bit. That's how you're supposed to play this hole, actually. Aim the left, use it, and get it to run like you just did.
Great tee shot for Fox at the 10th, setting up just a little pitch shot into the green.
I think Hoffman might hit another one off the tee there, but meantime Sharma to complete an excellent up and down, hopefully. Yes, well done. Second day of the season finale on the DP World Tour, and a lot on the line over the next few days. Some of the winners this season on the DP World Tour. On that first page, Matt Fitzpatrick's most memorable week, no doubt, coming at Brookline. Talking of shots out of the bunker, it was a good one from Lowry. Wasn't quite up there with what Fitzpatrick did at the 72nd hole to seal that US Open.
Yeah, it was interesting, you know, Billy and Matt talking about that shot after the fact. He had really been struggling throughout the year on his fairway bunker play, and when the moment came, he rose to the occasion. That was one of the great shots in final hole of major championship history. Sharma on the tee now at the 9th.
He'd love to emulate what Lowry's already done. Lowry right in the centre of the fairway. Got to keep it up the right a bit here.
Yeah, so finding the fairway like Shane Lowry there for Shubhankar Sharma. I don't know if you get to see any of the Zoom clubhouses that take place before some of these big events, the Rolex Series events and a few others as well.
Yeah, those are great. There's some great insight.
Well, Ryan Fox was on the Zoom clubhouse at the start of this week, and they're asking him about how he celebrated his wins this season. So he said at the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship, the family were there, the youngsters were there, so it was quite a mild evening. He said, but at the Ras Al Khaimah Classic that he won, they got to celebrate big time, and in the middle of the night, about 15 of them went back out onto the 18th tee at Ras Al Khaimah and played it. 15 of them. They only found 3 golf balls, and apparently Joost Luiten, who was amongst those in the party, made an eagle in the dark on the 18th at Ras Al Khaimah. Ryan Fox only just made his 8 o'clock in the morning flight back home. But you got to celebrate the wins, haven't you?
Absolutely. The wins don't come that often unless you're someone like Tiger Woods or Rory McIlroy. And yeah, you've got to enjoy the great times because for the most of the time, you know, there's 150 odd players week in and week out, only one winner. So if you're going to be a professional golfer, you better be accustomed to losing.
Now, after Nico Colsaerts was saying how he was happy the trees were a little disappeared now down that right-hand side, he's we can see him there amongst the bushes trying to find the ball. Looks like a lost cause probably there, Nico.
Well, no, I mean, there's plenty of bushes, but if someone can tell us where it went in, we could probably find it.
Okay, well, maybe we can have a little look back and see. Time is running out, though.
Yeah, the camera angle that we had on the tee shot was from a different angle than what we're looking at right now, and we didn't really get an angle to be able to see it. So, unfortunately, that's more the angle we had that you see right now.
Is there some good news? The fact that everyone's... Well, time must be pretty close to being up.
Body language says they found it, and it looks like they have.
Yeah, found. And maybe a route through there to try and get it back out on the fairway.
Well, you are a glass half full guy, aren't you?
Yeah. This is, as we've been saying, these players are good.
If they have a route to play, yes, but I'm not sure I see much here.
Well, there is a way. There is a gap that any one of us would take on a Tuesday when you play for 20 bucks with your friends. This straight line is basically into that front left bunker. But there is a way just to chop this slow. And if you can add a little bit of cut spin, you can't find the green. It doesn't really have a lot of leaves and branches in front of him. It's actually pretty clear, and he's got a backswing.
Okay, there's a Tuesday shot. What about a Friday shot? What's the smart play here, Nico?
Well, there isn't any smart play because that's the only shot he has, because if he has to go further left, he's got even more stuff in his way. So even if he moves this 20, 30, 50 or 60 yards, he's good. You just don't want to go into that bunker on the left because that leaves a very low probability of an up and down.
Coming through there. Go that way. Yep.
He's actually going backwards, which I'm a bit surprised. I would have taken that on. But then I'm the one with the mic. And this is very funny. He doesn't know where he is. He was looking further out on the grass where it was basically just 2 steps in front of him.
Well, now it looks like a very awkward lie. Right on the line of the mulch and the rough.
Well, it could feel like deja vu this for Victor Hovland. Made a double bogey down here yesterday after turning in 1 under par. He's just turned in 1 under par, and well, he's here for 2.
And this looks good. I want it to stay there. It's perfect. That's a great lead from Foxy. Well, let's talk again about Hovland. I'm a bit surprised. I think there was a way, even if you moved this 20, 30 in front of you, you would have get rid of these 2 trees that he's going to have to deal with now. And he's still into those wood chippy, whatever Jay Townsend calls them.
Mulch, but it looks like it's settled down in between the mulch and the grass cut line, like there's a little bit of a ridge there. This is a wicked bad lie.
I mean, we've seen before, once you get out of the grass here, you can get anything. So it's funny, I mean, you hit it in the jungle, you think you catch half a good break, and now we are high in damage limitation mode.
I mean, getting this within 10 yards of the correct distance would be a heck of a result from this lie.
Contrasting as they've been playing that hole at 10. Meanwhile, back to 9. Warren can update us here.
Yeah, well, they both played two pretty good shots from the centre of the fairway. They were left with, I think Sharma hit 8-iron, gentle one, and 9-iron for Lowry. And they've got outside chances for birdies here. Lowry probably has the easier putt because it's more straightforward to read down the green left to right. Sharma, I don't know, it's one of those, you look at it, ooh, which way is this actually going to go? Uphill, left to right, is it going to straighten? So a little bit more tricky to read. And anytime you get outside 20 feet, you probably don't hold too many of these in the week. But both of these players are due something. You guys in the box, have you seen many long putts hold?
No, we haven't. I think these type of greens, Warren, it's just so difficult to hold long putts because of the change in grain and slopes.
Yeah, and the way they've tucked them away. I mean, they're really hard to get out unless you get within sort of 15 feet. It's so hard to make a putt. Mind you, it is an A-grade examination.
It certainly is. I think it just brings back what we've talked about at the top of the show today. It comes up woefully short for Sharma. You've got to put it in the fairway to get it in the correct section of the green to give yourself a birdie putt. I mean, it's all about setting up your second shots. Fourth shot for Hovland at the 10th. Pitch that into the grain and just stop quickly. So about a 7-foot bogey putt coming up for Victor Hovland after the errant tee shot.
I had a word with Shane coming off the 8th green. I said, well, that's a great bunker shot you hit there. I said, keep it going, keep your head up. And he went, oh, you know, it's been a long year. I said, yeah. And that's only because he missed the putt. So they've played a lot of golf, and this is a tough examination, and that's a great birdie to make.
There you go. You were wondering if anyone made a long putt.
Exactly, yeah. Now that'll make him smile. He's just given me the little wave.
On cue. Yeah, he's lucky charm, Warren.
Yeah, and he's enjoying that. As I said, keep it going. You never know what's going to happen. I said, it's good to watch what he's been doing. He's hardly missed a fairway.
Well, he is always good to watch, Shane Lowry. I mean, he's got a magical touch around the greens. Talented golfer, and appreciating the little pep talk he got from Warren Humphreys. Meanwhile, this a moment or two ago at 10 for Ryan Fox.
Well, I know you guys were talking about the players having to grind out a score. I think Sharma's having to do that today. These you just got to stay so focused on, and if you can, be really relaxed over the ball. You don't want any tension in the arms here with these. Keep it smooth. Yep, they get harder to make when that happens. Next one comes even tougher.
That's follow on from the way round one ended, that front nine from Shubhankar Sharma. Now Victor Hovland in the trees, came out there, third short, fourth on, and he's got a putt left to avoid the fate of yesterday where he made a 6 hit.
It's an unlikely hole to start making double bogeys on. Should have a little left to right slope coming off that fringe behind him. That's a really good bogey. Coming out frustrated though.
Coming out the mulch as well with the the third shot. I found out yesterday that mulch refers to the action originally of spreading manure over fields, which was known as mulch, strawy dung. We live and learn, don't we, Jay?
Absolutely. You never know what type of information you might get.
Well, these are the players who very much are feeling that it could be their week at the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates this week. It's only day one, done and dusted though. No one really lighting it up amongst the early starters. Couple of players, couple under for their round, but that's as good as it is right now.
Big wide fairway when you lay up short of that bunker that is kind of left center of the fairway. I think this is a hole you want to lay up. Play to the wide part. It's only a short iron in, but you want to hit it up the right side of the fairway. Where Hovland's hit it up the left center, it's a blind second shot. You can only see even the top half of the TV tower. You can't see any of the flagstick.
Well, I said that a couple of unders as good as it got. Actually, I missed the first player out this morning is Ashen Wu. The Chinese player yesterday shot a round of 77. 78. He's heading for something rather special. He's 5 under for the day with still 5 holes left to play. That's moved him up the leaderboard just outside the top 30. You can see Min Woo Lee's had a nice start as well, moving into a share of 10th. Par start for John Rahm. Opened with a birdie, did Adrian Meronk, first Polish winner on the DP World Tour, thanks to his victory at the Horizon Irish Open. Watched a fair bit of Richard Mansell yesterday. He was a couple under through 7 holes yesterday, couple under through 8 today. Rory McIlroy, all pars so far for the player who started the week as number 1. The player that started number 2 is a shot adrift of him. McIntyre bogeys the first after double bogey in the 18th yesterday. Well, Ashen Wu's shown what can be done.
Well, we saw yesterday afternoon with Hatton and Fitzpatrick, you know, if you're really on your game, if you're hitting in the correct portion of the green, you can make a score here, but it's not for the faint of heart. If your game is off a little bit, if you start hitting it in the rough or in the wrong portion of the green, this golf course is an absolute beast and will punish you.
Well, this is down the 11th hole. We didn't see the tee shot here of Ryan Fox. Nico, yesterday he went with driver here. What's he done today?
Well, he's hit that long iron off the tee and he's hit it left again. I mean, that's 2 today, and it's one at rather an important moment last week on the 72nd hole in Sun City. So I'll be very surprised to see the same long iron in his bag next week. He's got half a good lie, but he's got nothing with this pin position. I mean, this is only a few paces on behind a bunker, big slope between the bunker and the hole. I mean, you're trying to do the best you can here, high, soft. You know, he sees nothing from where he is, but there's plenty of stuff to take as reference point in front of him, so it's not too bad. It's just a contact. Try to leave this the closest possible to the hole.
Yeah, coming out of that lie, you'd have to expect he landed on the green. It's going to probably release about 15 yards, even with the short iron.
Yeah, and you know, he took the driver yesterday, aggressive off the tee. Probably wishes he'd done that again today now.
138 Hovland. Maybe a little wedge. Maybe a 50-degree wedge. Sprung a little bit into. This is attack mode.
pretty
Out of the
wet.
fairway with a wedge. That's a good 40 feet to the right. That is not a good shot for a player of his ability. I mean, a poor shot when you're playing well out of the fairway with a wedge, you know, out 15 feet right or left is about as much as you really can stomach. After that,
Yes.
it
Yeah, Fox.
comes like, what the heck is going on with my wedge play?
Shane Lowry and Shubhankar Sharma at the turn, and it's a moment or two ago from the Irishman and off the club, and comes out of the mulch into the deep rough.
You're on that mulch thing, aren't you?
I like it. I like a mulch. I like it very much.
And I appreciate that. It's going to be an awkward second shot for Lowry. Side hill, downhill lie. It looks like coming in from the wrong side of the fairway at the 10th. Hovland short right, Fox long left at 11, and didn't look like Fox had a very good lie. The quick little view we got of it.
Well, every time you hit it outside the green in the rough, you expect to have some sort of lie like that. It's not the most difficult thing to judge on this next shot for Foxy. It's just that there's a lot of green, and it's uphill maybe the last 5 paces of it, but it just sits like on a crest, like it's not easy to judge. I mean, you want to send it in that slope all the way to the hole, but you can get pretty pacey behind it as well. And that's not going to stop.
That's the nature of that Bermuda grass. It's penalizing. You just don't know if it's going to come out soft or it's going to come out full value the way Ryan's chip shot there from over the 11th green did. You just have to hit the fairway, which he didn't do, and then gives you an opportunity to attack. But if you're playing defense out of the rough, it's a difficult game.
Not surprised to see the putter out for Hovland. Could have chipped that also, don't get me wrong, but a little bit of right to left off the fringe. He got lucky because there's 2 little kinks of grass sticking up, but they're just away from his line, which is why he reached for the putter. It's a pretty good result.
Yeah, it was a nice smooth roll, wasn't it, through that fringe?
Coming out of the rough at the 10th, a bad angle. Anything within 30 feet of the hole would be a good result.
Well, we've seen some great bunker skills from him.
Well, he's going to have to call on his best with that one coming up.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
I would think a rather important putt in Foxy's round today. You know, he's just missed a very makeable birdie putt on 10. Made an unbelievable par on 9. Oh, we're going to see another good save here.
What's this like, Nicholas, do you think, for these guys? You know, they come here, the carrot's dangling maybe to win the rankings, and maybe you feel like now, at this point, it might be slipping away.
Well, I mean, nothing's done. We can still see a lot of good golf from Foxy, but, you know, we'll still have another 2 good days for it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you just got to keep going, put your foot down, see what happens, but...
Great position for Sharma. Right center at 10, short iron in hand.
But you take the point I'm making, at the start of this day, we were still saying Ryan Foxy can still do it, you know?
I think at the start of the day he could have. I think the bogeys at 8 and 11 have now taken Ryan Fox out of a chance to win. He was going to have to do 67 or better today to just give himself, you kind of open the door a little bit.
I mean, what sort of winning score are we potentially looking at here, given 7 under lead after day 1?
I would say probably 16, 17 under par.
Traditionally, that's where it's been. I just wondered whether it might be a little less than that this year, given the way the course is playing. But
I think some of that comes down to, you know, if we get a little bit of wind, it'll get pretty difficult.
Okay, Warren, what do we do here?
You have to play a fabulous bunker shot because he's not looking at much here. He's got to carry this all the way onto the green, probably pitching it onto the downslope down green, and he's got to try and get some bite. If he comes up a little short, it'll stick in the fringe. Oh no.
Exactly as you predicted, Warren. It's such a tough bunker shot, and he's a very talented short game player, so he decided to take it on.
Okay, south is right here.
All right.
Coming down the green is good.
12th hole, Hovland first. After we can all agree at this point in 4 on the hole before. This is downwind, so you can go a long way up this fairway today. Either you try to fly to left, or you scoot it in the middle of the fairway and up that big slope. Wants it to go because it's left, and it carries that bunker, so we're good. Rough, but we're good. Now, this is the one we want to see. Downwind, Ryan Fox just made a bogey. There's going to be a bit more fluid in this one, I'd say.
Yeah, a little bit of anger maybe in this one.
You think?
Thanks, sir.
Drifting down that right side. Need to light. Maybe got one.
Well, he had the putter out, put it away, got the wedge out, was going to blade it with the sole of the club, hit it halfway up, put that back out with the putter. So that tells you the lie's a little bit iffy here, so...
Oh my. Oh, Shane, take a breath. Even the best.
Wow, you just have to think that a big clump of grass got caught between club face and ball. And I spoke a little bit yesterday about playing out of Bermuda grass. Sometimes it can be like there's a sponge between the club face and ball, and that certainly looked like the result for Lowry.
Warren, I think you might need another Lowry pep talk here.
Yeah, and you know what? It all came about with the tee shot going left, then trying to take it on, short-siding yourself in the bunker, then trying to play the perfect bunker shot. And that's what this course can do to you. It'll just spin you out, chew you up, and make you feel horrid. Sharma's got a putt for a birdie here, but it's a lot of movement here from the right. Certainly outside the hole, at least a ball.
Frustration coming in for Sharma. I think that was probably a misread. Warren saw a lot more break than what Shabaka did, and I think Warren was spot on there.
Yeah, and we're seeing that from him. We're seeing it from Hovland. He got very frustrated earlier on, didn't he? Shane trying to count to 10 after his. Kind of feel it's all a little deflated as well for Ryan Fox. So not much happening right now. Early promise in our featured groups, but it's all a little flat for them right now. This for bogey for Shane Lowry.
Yeah, swinging left to right, and again putting from off the fringe. Never quite sure how it's going to start its journey.
It's a double bogey. That hurts.
Hindsight is always 20/20. He took it on and paid the price that normally the ethos is get it on the green, give yourself a chance to putt for par.
It's just about an hour now until the leaders head out. Ryan Fox missing the fairway at hole number 12. You were saying yesterday that was part of the problem for him. You've just seen him miss a couple in a row at the back on the start of the back nine here.
Fox only hit 2 out of 14 fairways yesterday. Unbelievably, he hit 14 out of 18 greens. He was very good out of the rough yesterday. But you're tempting fate playing out of this Bermuda rough, and it's a penalizing Bermuda rough. And as Warren and Nico have said, I mean, some really tight hole locations. You have to play away from the flag. You can get greedy, you know, if you get frustrated and start playing at the flag out of the rough, and that's when you start making bogeys and double bogeys.
Foxy's got half a shot there. Might have not hit the fairway, but it's sitting up nicely. It's in the rough, I know. You know, we mentioned how difficult it is to create just enough grab to get control on the ball, but you know, this is going to be quite a lofted club, so there is a chance. Flag only like 5 or 6, more like 5 actually, from this front edge. So that's basically the only arrow that you can land this to get close. But it's downwind, it's sitting up nicely. Just needs to sit down a bit. It's okay.
Yeah, that was a miss he had to make, wasn't it, Nico? I mean, you had to take that front bunker out of play.
100%. Well, you know, when you know you've hit your driver into the rough and you're walking up for 300 yards and you think, come on, give me half a lie, give me half a lie, and you get to it, and Hovland's would have gone, nope. He's got nothing. Look at the spring on this one. Ring, ring, ring.
Yeah, exactly. And unlike Fox, that was a bad angle for Hovland, but not a bad result from where he was. Actually, pretty good leave.
I like the sound effects, though, from Nico there as well. Just the iron off the tee for Sharma. Got to find the fairway.
Up the right side of the fairway, so you have a view of the green. Yeah, nicely done.
Ashton Wu, by the way, has made another birdie. He's 6 under par for his round. Impressive golf from the Chinese player. Lowry next.
Good one from Lowry as well, but he's still feeling the sting of that double bogey at the previous hole. Really, it all started when he missed the fairway left at 10.
Adrian Otegi has made a second day move in the company of Rory McIlroy, who's just made his first birdie of the day. Rory's up to 2 under par now. Counting down an hour now, just less than before the overnight co-leaders Tyrrell Hatton and Matt Fitzpatrick get their second round underway. John Rahm birdied the second, Gavin Green the first, so in that group at 3 under par. There is Rory McIlroy. Guido Migliozzi, a couple of birdies, 1 drop shot in those opening 5 holes.
Putters out, standard procedure when you're this close from the edge of the green. Big swing off the right for the first half of this putt. Maybe a slowering the right to left at the end. Mission number 1, pace. He was always going to find the back edge of this green with the lie that he got after that errant tee shot. So we know what the mission is. He knows as well. Just a 2-putt par and move on.
yet guaranteed that two-putt, Victor Hovland.
Right to left also for Foxy. It's going to slow down the last 6-7 feet, so that will suggest that the ball will move. As it slows down, it's going to keep on moving left a bit, just because of the grain. It doesn't look like it's breaking that much, but just the fact that it's going to slow down into the grain will make it move left.
After missing the fairway, good 4 at 12 for Fox, but unfortunately it means even par on the day. 3 birdies, 3 bogeys.
Blind second shot for Sharma here on 11 over the hill, 157, big 9-iron he's got to hit.
Just up against that second collar of rough. Hovland for the putt back for par. And another one goes for the Norwegian.
Lowry also blind here with his second shot, 211, 3 yards closer than Sharma, 154. Just the gentle 9.
Probably in between clubs, had to take that front bunker out of play, goes a little bit long. I think what we're watching right now is 3 of our 4 players in our feature group coverage this morning, Hovland, Fox, and Lowry, had an opportunity mathematically to still win the DP World Tour Championship, the rankings, okay? Not necessarily the championship, but the rankings. What we're seeing is we're seeing all 3 players take themselves out of it. So we're seeing elimination of possible winners of the season-ending rankings.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And it's interesting, people might look at, but what about the bonus pool and all that? But these guys, I'm not saying the money's insignificant. You know, you win this, you get the rankings, you get an extra $1 million if you finish second, 600,000, then it goes 400,000 inside the top 10. But you know,
it's about the W, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, you know, Shane Lowry, you know, won more than that, winning the BMW PGA Championship. Ryan Fox has won over $3 million this season as well. So they've had great years, whatever happens here, but they came here to win and then possibly win the rankings.
How many times has Colin Montgomery done it? 8.
8 times, yeah.
Seve, 6.
Well, Rory possibly 4 after
Correct.
This week.
And you know, it's something that you go down in history as having done, and it is so important. And I think these guys had big hopes, but they knew they had to go low today, and they just weren't up to the task.
And we got a taste of it as well when Warren had his exchange with Shane, how he's tired. I remember him saying the same thing last year. He was actually leading at halfway of this DP World Tour Championship, but he said he had very little in the tank in terms of, you know, energy.
It takes a lot to get here, you know, and some guys like Ryan Fox, he's been grinding it out the last few weeks, trying to put pressure on McIlroy, trying to get close to McIlroy.
And he's done that.
A good week. He did it, but did he have anything in the tank when, you know, there's even more pressure this week, the final week?
I think with Lowry, though, I think last year in particular, that came post-Solheim Cup, which took more out of him, I think, than he realised it would.
Post-Ryder Cup.
What did I say? Solheim,
yeah.
Post-Ryder Cup. Interesting to see him in the Solheim as well.
I don't think that will work out well. We're not going to go there.
No. But yeah, post-Ryder Cup, it took him a couple of months sort of to get over, you know, the highs and lows of that experience. One of the best weeks of his life, he called it.
Well, I mean, I think it meant so much to Shane to make the Ryder Cup team, and then it was clearly a big disappointment. The outcome, you know, it was a real trouncing, and you know, the European team hadn't seen anything like that in a long, long time. Certainly not what they were expecting.
But he's taken a big step already, hasn't he, to making the team for Marco Simone. Let's Step back to this par 3 13th, then plenty of Emirates Skywards miles on offer for an ace here.
One swing of the club, Nico, and they could have as many miles as what Richard has.
We like a million miles, don't we? Yeah, just sit at the front, flat bed, all the good food, drink as much champagne as you want. But I'm going to have to be honest with you, and I have to come clean. I have never had a hole-in-one on a par 3 in my life.
Really?
I have nightmares about it. I've had one on a par 4 on a practice round, so I've got that covered. But on a par 3, never. And I've actually never seen one either, so wouldn't be something.
That's amazing.
I know. Don't even mention it, please. From 216 today, went off the right a bit, and he's left that right. It's right over my head.
You're not going to see a hole-in-one here.
Nope. Must be me. It must be me.
Oh, and that's sat down, short-sided. That's horrible.
Yeah, that's a fair bit wide from Foxy with what would have been a mid-iron. Hovland, probably a 6 for him. Not a very complicated pin position on 13, probably the easiest one. Only need to pitch this maybe 15 paces short and find the back portion of the screen. This looks a bit better.
Oh, I thought for a moment, I thought that was going to be timing supreme. Lovely shot from Hovland. Threatened.
Clearly, Nico was, you know, keeping that out of the hole. I mean, he's never even seen a hole-in-one. That's amazing. I saw 2 in 1 week last year, I think it was, in the Canary Islands. The 7th hole at
yeah, I think he means were you on the course seeing that?
Yeah, I was doing on-course commentary. I saw 2 that week.
And have you actually yourself in play?
I've made a few, yeah.
Yeah. To 11, Sharma. Get it.
Good touch right there. Beautiful technique. Unfortunately, he's doing a little bit too much chipping to have a good score today.
Quality tee shot from Victor Hovland.
Lowry with the left to righter at 11. Oh, and he saw the grain change at the very end. It was going in all the way, and the grain just got it, tugged it left at the end. Oh, that looked good until the very end. Just a bit of frustration for Shane at the moment.
7 under, leading the way overnight, as it does now. Not everyone yet out on the course. Jon Rahm, a couple of pars, 1 birdie so far for him. He's done a decent record around here, Jon Rahm, hasn't he? First, fourth, first. It's pretty handy.
I've never seen a golf course that didn't suit Jon Rahm's game. His game travels well.
It does, yeah. He's pretty good.
Half a decent lie there for Foxy. A little bit of green to work with. Still requires to read this lie. But he has margin. And he's cut that chest a little bit heavy again.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
It's just a different technique, pitching and chipping out of long, fluffy Bermuda. You have to kind of have a descending blow. You can't use that kind of normal technique you would out of a more Midwestern grass or an overseed. You've got to have a descending blow and a lot of acceleration.
How often would someone like Ryan Fox practice that though?
These guys rarely see this type of grass. Most of the time, as it has been every year previous to this DP World Tour Championship here at the Earth Course, it's been overseeded. These guys don't play out of this type of grass very often unless you're playing, you know, in the southeastern United States, you know, in tour events.
Yeah, and we have not played in Asia a lot these last couple of years where we play that grass, but we haven't had the chance to.
That's a good point, Nico. You know, but I think more and more, nearly holds it. More and more in Asia, aren't you playing out of the Paspalum grass, which is totally different from the Bermuda?
But it is a disappointing bogey for Foxy.
Oh, absolutely. I think the reality of the outcome of the week is starting to sink in a little bit. Oh, look at there, someone's.
Yeah, well, that's what those nearly some Emirates air miles, wasn't there, for Victor Hovland?
Those things are pretty cool. You know, as much as we fly, as often as we see these big airplanes, you look up, it's like, how does that big thing float around?
Not a lot of movement in this for Hovland. When you hit a tee shot like this, you want to make it.
He has. He has. Well done, Victor. Been a tough start to the back nine. That makes things feel a little bit better. Well, it's a promising start to the day for Ryan Fox. Couple under through those first 7 holes, but 3 bogeys since then, and the chance of following Michael Campbell as a winner of the DP World Tour rankings, it looks to be slipping away here on Friday.
Yeah, I think the reality of the moment, you can see the body language a little bit starting to sink in. I mean, it's been such a fight. It's been such a great year, a career year for Ryan Fox. And, you know, he now, I think, realizes, you know, the dream of winning the rankings this year is just slipping away.
Nice tee shots here from Shubhankar Sharma and Shane Lowry.
I've got to jump. I've got to jump in here early, boys. I can't believe what I'm hearing you say.
Which is?
Well, are you writing these players off?
Yes.
Who've not even finished 2 rounds.
Yeah.
What did Migliozzi do to win the French? Didn't he come from 13 behind?
A little different field here this week.
It does happen, Warren.
It does happen.
It does happen, but it's
I know you guys haven't had much sleep in there over the last couple of days, but I think you've got to just lighten up a little, give these guys a shot. You never know. They could hit one shot, they could turn their whole week around.
It's a fair point, Warren. Would you agree with that, Nico?
I agree with Warren. I mean, even just today, you know, Foxy's teeing off now on 14, 15, 16, 18. Can still shoot 3 under today, if not 2. Get off a good start tomorrow and back in this if Rory doesn't shoot 367s.
Good for you, Nico. That's more like it.
There is a guy at 7 under, though, that's in the equation too.
Yeah, but they may have a bad day. You never know what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah,
You've got to stay on the bright side.
You know, you could go 50 times in a row red on the roulette wheel, too.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't know. You keep plugging away.
Unlikely.
Oh, guys, you've got to lighten up. Good shot for Sharma.
I think that was a bit of a dressing down, Jay, don't you?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to stick by my guns, though. I mean, they're correct. It is possible, but highly improbable.
Yes. There is previous to suggest it can happen, but they need some momentum. There needs to be a bit of a spark here. It was a lovely tee shot and birdie, I suppose, at the last from Hovland.
Moved the tee up 30 paces on 14 today, which is the right thing to do. It's an amazing par 5 to go and find into not a so exciting one to lay up like we saw yesterday most guys doing, because it's blowing a fair bit into the wind. Good start off from Hovland, right down the middle.
So let's talk about a little bit of math. There's 41 holes left for Hovland and Fox. And theoretically, they've got to get to 16 or 17 under par on a difficult golf course. I just don't see that happening in 41 holes from where they are right now. at 2 over par.
Maybe because you've never done it, Jay.
Well, I don't see anybody doing that right now.
Come on.
No, I don't.
Best players in the world, this, Jay. Come on.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. What I'm saying is these guys are not on their game right now.
Back at 12, Lowry.
Well, that's a good start right there. Good birdie opportunity coming. That's going to swing from the right. Getting a lot of resistance here, aren't we? Or aren't I? You're being fairly neutral, aren't you, Richard?
Well, that's part of my role. What I would say is the equations was always so hard for Shane Lowry and Victor Hovland. They were relying on other people, even if they did win it. It's a little different for Ryan Fox. At the moment, though, you talked about the body language that he had. Watching him play at the moment, you don't have that belief that he's going to go on the kind of run that would be required to even put himself back in the picture.
No, I'm looking at some of the shots that Fox has hit today, and from the fairway at 8, hit a wide short iron. He's just hit some wide shots from the fairway. A wide shot, the tee shot we just saw at 13, the par 3. It just isn't, his game isn't tight enough in my mind to be able to shoot the low scores. He's making plenty of birdies, but just too many loose shots.
Yeah,
it's a hard game, and it's a hard golf course.
Yeah, and you look at his previous 2 starts, and I know he's in fantastic form, but 28th here in 2017, 45th in 2019, so no real course form prior to arriving here this week, and nothing from the first 2 days to really change that image.
Oh, Shane, please hold this for a birdie. Make a hole in one on the next in eagle, the par 5, and you'll be right in it.
Simple.
There's the birdie. He's on the trail back.
Oh my goodness! If that happens, Warren, we'll be clipping that up and playing it on repeat.
I would be happy to be proven wrong.
I would love to see it.
Oh, absolutely.
I think Shane's. I think he's had another pep talk from Warren, unless he could hear Warren talking from out on the course.
And this was anything but a straightforward putt, breaking from the right. Beautifully holed, great pace.
Birdie number 4 of the day from the Irishman, and he's back under par for the round.
Oh, Sharma, he needs to get a little bit of energy, and that energy could come just from holding a putt like this. He's hit 2 really good shots to get it here. I mean, this is a tough hole, 12, tight pin. You've got to drive it well. Really crisp iron shot. But he's got a fair bit of break on this from his right to left, so he's got to set it outside the right edge of the hole. But if they both birdie this, they might start feeding off each other, and then they'll get some energy.
You guys are reminding me of an Arnold Palmer story. They used to play at the U.S. Open 36 holes on the Saturday to finish the championship. After a poor morning round, Arnold Palmer was in having a hamburger in the locker room, and his longtime friend and journalist Bob Drum told Arnold that he was out of it. He played himself out that morning. Arnold didn't even finish his hamburger, rushed out to the first tee at Cherry Hills outside of Denver, drove it on the par 4 green, and went on to win. I would happily be proven wrong.
Now, what's the Heron after here? What's he spotted in there? Got it. Look at that. Oh, no, maybe
Swing
not.
and a miss.
Yeah, I think so.
That was a bogey.
We'll try again.
I don't know, he looks a little spindly. Might not be that good of a fisherman. beautiful birds.
So the tee's been pushed up, so both these players over 300 yards off the tee. So in range.
Oh, this is a fun hole. They've moved the tee up, put the hole location right in the front of the green. If you clear that front bunker, that kind of just short left of the hole, the ball has to release coming in from this distance. This is a wonderful setup on this hole.
Yeah, this is beyond complicated to get close. I mean, I expect a lot of guys to either just stay short right or left. Left is not amazing. I've been there a few times myself. It's not nice down there, especially to this pin. But the guys at the front are taking forever. These guys are having a chat near the fairway.
You got Rafa Cabrera Bayo and Hao Tong Lee just ahead of you there.
Let's not name anyone, shall we?
Okay, well, I've done it now.
Too late, Richard. I'm going to be in trouble.
Just factual information, Nico.
Yeah.
But there you are. The most top 10s this season on the DP World Tour. That includes 2 wins and 4 runner-up finishes for the Kiwi. That's how good the season has been. You talked about the near misses as well. I mean, 2 wins.
The bunker is okay because we've got green, which is fairway.
And it could have been more. I think we're ready to go now, Nico, is that right?
Yes, the group in front has finally left the green. I'm not surprised to see Hovland with a wood because it's blowing a bit into, and it's a lot easier for him to hit this high and soft. Something high and soft on the line will never finish closer than 15-20 paces behind the hole. So are we going high cut even with the water lurking on the right? Bit left.
Well, that's always going to be the bailout area. Oh, he's in the rough. If you're in the chipping area, it's not that bad. That's going to be a wicked tough shot. Looks like that ball sunk all the way down to the bottom of the Bermuda rough.
Foxy with the iron. Let's see if he can just find that little part. And I'm afraid that long iron has gone left again.
It wasn't bad language there from Rafa. He just said that wasn't a fade, is what he said.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't, was it? It was straight out there, and the magic doesn't look like it's going to emerge anytime soon. There's been plenty of it in 2022, as we saw from that previous graphic. 10 top 10s. You know, he's climbed from 217th to 23rd in the world rankings. Back at 13, Sharma. Fabulous.
Really good shot here from Sharma, just as it is designed, landing it well short of the hole, letting it release up to this back right hole location. Brilliant shot.
And there is a score out there. Ashton Wu's just birdied 17. He's 7 under par for the day. He was in last position at the start of the day. He's now 25th. He's jumped up 25 places.
7 under par with a bogey at the par 5 second hole as well.
Yeah. Fantastic. So it shows what can be done. You look at these DP World Tour rankings. There's the top 5. There's the 2 of them there. Hovland at 5, Fox at 2. But just not happening. Victor Hovland saying that, you know, he was working on things in his game coming into this week. He was talking about the fact that he wasn't happy with where he was missing the ball. He said that he was trying to eliminate the curve on his ball, less dispersion.
Well, that kind of sounds like, you know, he has a two-way miss. You know, you can play professional golf if you have a one-way miss. If you know it's only going to miss on one side and consistently on that side. If you're missing both left and right, it becomes very difficult.
Well, a bit of an awkward putt here for Lowry. Uphill to start and into the green, then downhill once it zips over the crest of the hill. Keep on trucking, go on.
There's the 3 for Lowry.
There's going to be some fun and games up here on the 14th green. Look at that lie for Ryan Fox.
No lie for the both of them here on the left of 14. You can try to bump this up the bank, but you can easily leave it there, or you can go too far out, which is what Foxy has done. It's kind of stopped there, all right, but you know, it's always disappointing when you have an iron into a par 5 and now you're 30, 35 feet away for 4. And the Hovland's got a similar thing from a little bit closer, but even if you flop this, you basically have to play with the fringe that's there looking back at you, and you know that if you just go underneath it slightly, it's coming back to your feet.
You know, that's why I really like the way this hole's set up. They move the tee so the players can reach, but you're playing away from the water, so then you're bailing out to the left after the brilliant shot at 13. Sharma for a birdie 2. Well done. That's a really good birdie. Taking advantage of the tee shot.
Second birdie of the day. Set up by this. One of the best of the day from the Indian.
This has a chance. Oh. So wanted that to go in for Foxy. One thing we haven't talked about is the length of his season. It's not often that you see somebody this high up in the ranking that plays so many events as Foxy did. So that maybe that's why we're running out of steam a little bit in this last event of the year.
Yeah, it's his 24th start of the season. Second on the rankings last year. I mean, 2021 was just a frustrating year for him. He had to deal with all the isolation, the time in quarantine, just to go and see his wife and daughter.
Yeah, he was actually mentioning the other day when he won in Iraq that if he had missed that flight, he wouldn't have been able to go home for months, considering how valuable these seats were flying into New Zealand. Hovland to try to make his 4.
It's 2 putts there that were so close. If it's only 5s. More frustration. Back on the tee, Shane Lowry.
Long walk down the hill off the 14th. Hatton and Fitzpatrick after 65s in the opening round. They tee off in 25 minutes. Final pair in the second round of the DP World Tour Championship, all trying to win the season-ending rankings. Good rounds by Minwoo, Jorge Campillo, both 3 under par through 7 holes. John Rahm, couple under through 5. Zanotti, 3 under par through 11, gets it to 2 under par, which is good for a tie for 18th. Rory McIlroy birdied the 6th hole. He's just bogeyed the 8th, so he's even par for the day. 1 under in total and a tie for 24th. Of course, McIlroy came in with a narrow lead this week in the DP World Tour rankings over Ryan Fox. Fox is struggling. McIlroy certainly still in with a shout. Let's have a look at the 15th. It's a tee shot that gives you so many choices. Do you want to lay up short of that first bunker? Take on the 2 bunkers you see at the bottom of your picture now. Try and drive it on the green. It's a fun hole because of the choices. It's not a hole that dictates how you have to play it. You get to choose. If you lay up back short of that first bunker, then you can't really see the putting green. And here is a look back from the green to the tee, Nico.
Wouldn't be surprised if I see a couple of drivers from the boys now. Like you said, just trying to get rid of these first 3 bunkers on the 15, trying to get close. It's one of the flag, or one of the pin positions that allows that play. I have just missed the bunker there, holding on the right. But this guy will give it a bit more oomph. I can only imagine. He can easily get into that front bunker, and if he just misses it on the right, he'll find the green.
Right, he's going to have to get lucky up there. Looks like his ball there in the shadows. Looks like he might have a clear path to the green. Fox in the trees, in the mulch, the sand right of the 15th. Looks to have a lie that he can get the club in the back of the ball, but what is between himself and the hole? That's the question that will be answered soon.
Back at the 14th, see Bo there, standing by the bag.
Yeah.
I don't think Shane's going to like it when he gets there, boys. We were standing about 3 feet from the ball, and we couldn't see it. All he can see is, you can see about a sort of square millimetre of the top of the ball. That's all. So this is going to be an absolute chop out of here. And if you can get it 130 yards or so, and when he's doing well, he might get it a bit more, but he better be very strong. Trouble is when you're playing out of this stuff too, the temptation is just to stand up there and whack it. Of course, you've got to make sure when you hack it out of here, you keep it on the short grass. Otherwise, the third shot becomes impossible as well.
All right, got it.
All he could do, just get it back out into play.
Sharma obviously buoyed up by the birdie on the previous hole. 2, 6, 7 all up. Into a little bit of breeze off an upslope. He's got to crush this if he wants to get home. Favourite would be to aim at that left-hand bunker by the green, and if you can move it a little left to right, or you finish in the left bunker, it's not the end of the world. If you leave it short left with the front left flag, it's really tough.
Well, that's a pretty good lead right there, I think. I think he's far enough up where that slope coming off that front left bunker might not be in play. He has an upslope to chip off of. Might not be bad.
Victor Hovland has walked all the way up onto the green now. Ryan Fox doing the same here at 15. Hovland starting the day at 2 over par, so as he was overnight. Fox was +1. You can see the bed just over on that left-hand side of the picture. People have been, when I say people, somebody has been staying in there overnight, every night. I think Luke Donald stayed there Tuesday night, the Ryder Cup captain.
Boy, if you have a window like that on the golf course, you better know how to make your bed in the morning. Yes. That's all I have to say.
And get dressed before you open the curtains.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty cool, of course. Luke has a relationship with Hilton, and that's why he stayed there earlier this week, and it is quite the room there by the 15th green.
That's a lovely spot. I'm not sure if this is a lovely spot, though.
It's actually not too bad. He's got a clean lie. He's got a fair distance, so he can be really aggressive with this. Yeah, this will have bite. You can send this low and just hop and stop. Yeah, this flag is like 40-something paces on the green, and he's 40-something short of the front edge, just shy of 90 yards. You know, you can play this with gap wedge, sand wedge, lob wedge, whichever you think you're going to have the easiest way to find the right contact. Or back in the stance a bit, or first. Needs to go a bit.
Be a tricky putt from that position.
.135 into the breeze. Be a strong wedge to this front flag. Tough shot.
A very good shot. Keeps it below the hole. After a good layup on an awkward hole to lay up on, Lowry sets himself up for a birdie opportunity. Now the second at 15 for Hovland.
Coming from the rough, so I mean, you can play the release on this, which is a lot easier to do than the shot that Foxy's just had. He's just left enough, he doesn't have to manage or to deal with that right fringe there. That still needs to go a bit shy. A lot of grass there in front of the ball, maybe.
Just outside chances for birdie, you'd say, for the two here. Yeah, Hovland, who made his Ryder Cup debut last year. Some were saying maybe that Ryan Fox a little unlucky not to have been part of the International President's Cup team in 2022.
Oh, I definitely think he was. I was a big support. I'm a big Ryan Fox fan, and I was really pushing for him to be on the President's Cup team. A couple players were picked that were below Ryan in the world rankings. Yeah, I was disappointed he wasn't on the team.
Well, a reasonably tough shot here for Sharma. Is off a tight lie, but on a slight uphill slope. Got a little bit of green to work with, but coming up the bank, he's got to pitch this just on the front edge of the green, miss the little bit of grain that's into him, and try and get some grab. Looks fairly innocuous shot, but you've got to play it with a huge amount of skill. Strike's got to be perfect.
I was going to have some right to left in it, coming off that right fringe. Had to nearly tickle the fringe. Then it's downhill, right to left to the hole. You can see that was always a very tough putt. Breaking back a little bit to the right at the end, but that was the one you could have thought about chipping maybe. It's always going to be difficult to get it far enough right using a putter.
Hovland now with his attempt.
But he's got a shout here outside the left. Be a great birdie to make after the tee shot.
So that's 3 putts we've seen on this green so far, and all 3 of them have looked at the hole and decided not to drop. Shubhankar Sharma can hopefully end that run. Fox for par. Another one goes. I wonder if our believers on the course are still believers.
I don't know. I'm sure we'll hear about it one way or the other. Seem to have gone quiet on us, Richard.
Well, that's 4 over par for the last 8 holes now for Ryan Fox.
Good 2-putt for Hovland. Had that awkward lie. Ball just ran through the fairway up near that bunker.
By the way, we've just had the round of the week completed. First group out, Ashen Wu. You mentioned bogeyed the second, but he finished birdie for a round of 64. So starting the day at 6 over par, he's just gone 78-64.
You know, when you think that it's a $10 million purse, he set himself up for a big check. Great round by Wu.
Yeah, fantastic. John Rahm off to a fast start. 3 birdies in the first 6 holes, and suddenly the Spaniard is on the heels of the leaders. He's only 2 back of Matt Fitzpatrick and Tyrrell Hatton now. You saw that 64 there from Ashen Wu. And Richard Mansell, good to see him having a nice round today. 3 under par for his round. Not happened for Rory so far. 1 birdie, 1 bogey to the turn.
Sixteenth hole. 2 ways to play this. Left of the trap, right of the trap. Right part a little bit wider. But some people just don't like to do that, including myself.
Oh, it's awkward as well.
Now Foxy will be able to carry this bunker that's in the middle of the fairway, which has seen a lot of traffic over the last decade of coming here. to go, or a hop, and it does a hop.
That was a very good break right there. That's a wicked bunker to hit it in.
See, we're still believing, Jay. We're still believing in this.
You go, Nico, you go. This ball could have bounced either way, right on the knife's edge, and yes, misses the bunker. More friendly hole location here at 16 today, over on the left side of the green. Yesterday it was over kind of on the peninsula right half of the green. You can see the ball flights for Fox and Hovland.
So I mentioned how we hadn't seen a putt hold here. Sharma could end the run. This was a moment or two ago at the par 5 14th, and there you go. Well done, Shabanka. Lovely birdie at the par 3. Now one at the par 5, and he's moving back in the right direction. Hovland starting the week 5th on the rankings, Ryan Fox 2nd. And it doesn't take much, does it, to make a mistake here, to see errors compounded?
Well, I think the playability of the golf course, the challenge of the golf course, the test is totally different than the previous 13 years because of the rough not being overseeded, the Bermuda rough. It's just a different challenge this year, and I think as much off the side of the fairway as it is around the green. We've seen some very poor lies around the greens, and players not even getting chip shots and pitch shots on the green from the long Bermuda rough, and I think it's confounded some players. It's really a premium on hitting it in the fairway to give yourself an opportunity to hit it in the right section of the green to set up birdies.
Just looking at Ryan Fox there, he says he doesn't look at his stats. I know Nicholas Colsaert is out there and still very much a DP World Tour player. Nicholas, there's a lot of information that's available. There's people like Eduardo Molinari providing all sorts of information. Are you one that will look at your stats and know what you're doing well and what the stats are saying you're maybe not doing so well?
Well, if you would have told me when I was 18 or 20 that stats was going to be useful to my game, I would have laughed at you. But when you sit down with somebody like Eduardo Molinari that has put this system in place, I mean, it's just mind-boggling how much information you can have on every club of your bag, wherever you hit it into the wind, crosswind, back flags, short flags. You know exactly what your green light flags are, and it's hugely important when you play this much golf and you play different golf courses, what golf course suits you, the ones that doesn't. So it's a huge part of the game now. And I'm pretty sure Hovland is one of those new generation boys that looks at stats like that. Maybe one of the reasons that he's trying to work on straighter flights with shots, but we talked about a few holes ago. Now, I nearly fell off my chair when Jay said that this is a friendly pin, and this is the smallest part of the green, and even more difficult to find from the first cut like Hovland's just come out from. Don't see the pin. See, you easily do that. It's such a small part of the green to find. Yesterday on the right was a gimme.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yesterday was obviously much more visually intimidating.
It might be visually intimidating, but there's nothing there. You've got so much room to get it close, where here you don't. Like, you have to marry both line and height. Or weight, should I say. It's very difficult. Everything can slope down to the right there in the middle of the green, and you easily hit it long. Very difficult.
Well, this is going to be fun, chaps. It's you'd have to say this is a friendly flag here on 15, down the back section on the right. Both players aggressive off the tee with drivers. And they've got options now to play the pitch into the green. They can throw it all the way there. Lowry's got 71 and try and get it to stop. You could pitch it halfway up the green, lower flight and try and run it in. Maybe Lowry won't do that off the upslope. I mean, he's got a little bit of a launch pad here, so he may decide to throw it in, but he can play this almost any way he wants. So much green to work with. .48 yards the length of this green. He's tried to throw it all the way there. Can't believe he's missed the green.
Yeah, a little more frustration there for Lowry. Yeah, nice viewing areas by this 16th green.
Now, this will have to be very delicate. Finesse required. If you use a fringe here, a lot can go funny. It's not smooth enough. Still played the fringe.
Wonderful touch from Hovland. Awkward position. He certainly has improved around the greens in the last few years.
Yeah, and he'll tell you the last few months even more so. And saw a little taste of that there. You've got to just marry it up by finding the attributes that got him into the upper echelons of the world of golf. Just the one birdie so far at 16 today.
Two different sets of green for Foxy. The first part is shiny, which will send the ball right. And then I think it's going to slow down a bit. I'm going to be pretty cautious with my read on this one. I'm not 100% sure. I'll leave it to Foxy to deal with it.
You would have thought that would have come from left to right at the very end, looking at the dark grain coming towards the back edge of the green. It was a good putt from Fox, just didn't break the way he thought. There's so many reasons to miss a putt, more so than to make a putt. Even greens that are this pure are imperfect surfaces. Off to a good start, birdie 2 out of the first 3 holes, and we were thinking, okay, Fox is on the march, and just started throwing in the odd bogey.
Well, a slick putt here for Sharma coming down the slope. I think he was a little bit scared of the chip shot, that it was going to race on by like Lowry's. Little tickler right to left. Go on, keep going.
Well, he came out of the box so fast on the DP World Tour. And it's a lesson maybe for those at Q School. He actually missed a cut at DP World Tour Q School, went out and then won the Joburg Open, which is on offer next week. Now Lowry.
Chance to chip it in here, you think? Oh, had a great effort.
He can't believe it hasn't gone in. Just a tap in for the par.
The only player of the 4 in our 2 feature groups that are under par on the day. Lowry 1 under, even par for the week.
Yeah, Shivanka Sharma winning that Joburg Open and then coming back out at the start of the next season and winning in Malaysia as well. And if you remember rightly, he was right up there in the World Golf Championship event in Mexico.
This is anything but a straightforward putt. Fox in the previous group missed one a little bit longer than this, similar line. No problem for Sharma. Let's have a look at the 17th, 184 yards today. The hole's cut 17 on 12 from the right. Totally different hole from what it was yesterday when it was tucked behind the left bunker. Just begging for a little cut shot in there. There is a slope just to the right of the hole. It feeds down to the low right portion of the green. Always an intimidating hole. You can see the lake fairly smooth, not much wind at the moment. Nice BMW for a hole-in-one right there.
And Series Coupe.
It's amazing how your brain changes up. When you're just fighting it, like you get a section on the left and you fire away from it. When you're on,
I'm going to tell Nico that I won one of those for a hole-in-one. I didn't want him to have his feelings hurt.
I think he's listening. Right?
No, he's not. He didn't hear that.
I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, he did hear. I thought I'd sneak that one past him.
Wow. You can see John Rahm has made another birdie, so that's 4 in the opening 7 holes for Rahm, who's now within 1 of the co-leaders, who are just heading off the first to start round 2, Hatton and Fitzpatrick. You can see the players are filling up their water bottles there. No plastic bottles on the course. Well, there you go. Ryan Fox has had 1 hole-in-one. Victor Hovland matching Nicholas Colsaert so far in his DP World Tour career.
I'm going to make Nicholas feel better. Ben Hogan never made a hole-in-one.
I have to agree, that does make me feel a lot better.
I was just trying to make you feel good, mate.
What about you, Warren? How many on the DP World Tour did you make?
On the DP World Tour 4, but I had 7 all together, and for the amount of hole-in-ones I had, I won a pair of trousers and a bottle of champagne.
Pair of trousers.
Can you still get in them?
Just about.
I think Warren probably could. I mean, a BMW 8 Series Coupe or a pair of trousers. I mean,
Pair of trousers every day, fella. You know it.
yeah.
I'm going to stick with my BMW.
Rory McIlroy's just picked up another birdie. He's the player top of the DP World Tour rankings. They're just waiting for the green to clear ahead. Spaniards are going well. Actually, John Rahm's off to a fast start, and Jorge Campillo's gone out in 32 as well.
Tee shot at 16 for Sharma. Likes to play the ball left to right. Just going dead straight. Nicely done. Gets it in the fairway. Not an easy fairway to hit. It's a wide fairway, but those 2 bunkers are just waiting to gobble up a tee shot.
yes.
Just watch the nice fluid swing. Lowry, so fun to watch. Effortless. good tee shots. It's always a nervous moment on the 16th tee.
Hopefully the wait is over at hole number 17. No. Something you don't, when you're watching general coverage that you don't normally see is the waiting around, that players have to do the time that has to be filled or wasted. Or you need to switch off, Jay, don't you? Because you need to be then switched on for when it's your turn to go.
Well, you have to do that week in and week out, as you're alluding to. A lot of times, through television, you don't see the waiting. We see it in the feature groups, but you have to have the ability to relax in between shots. When it's your turn, turn it on, focus, and be ready to play. But you can't be focused all the time. You just wear yourself out. Not only that day, that week, but for the year, month after month. You just have to tune in and tune out at times.
14 shots better today, Ashenwood, and it's got him now inside the top 20. Ryan's got plenty of chat though. Victor Hovland was being asked, of course the World Cup's around the corner, so he was asked about Erling Haaland, and he says never met, but they've exchanged on social media, like direct messaging, and they talked about golf, nor football, but about watches.
I take it he's a football player.
Erling Haaland.
Yeah,
the top scorer in the Premier League. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's Norwegian.
Okay.
He's Norwegian.
Some of us aren't up on that stuff.
Most famous sportsman right now in Norway. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
164 today on 17. I'm surprised they didn't push this pin further right. There's a bit more green now on the right. Don't see the base of the pin from the tee, like we've mentioned a few times today. And that's a pretty decent result.
Yeah, excellent from Victor Hovland. First Norwegian to play in the Ryder Cup. Haaland, by the way, is a keen golfer, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them have a hit around at some point.
Now Foxy's turn. Might go one club shorter. That looked like a 3/4 swing, so that would have been an 8-iron. It's just going to hang on by the right there.
That's not easy.
182 for Shubhankar Sharma here to the 16th. Awkward flag cut over on the left, ball below your feet. Trying to draw this one in. Little 7-iron. Whole fairway slopes a little bit left to right, and Lowry's missed the bunker that's in the middle of the fairway, so he's got a bit of a hanging lie. Ball a little bit below his feet. 167 to go for him. Awkward to get at this flag. Very easy to let it slip away to the right down the slope.
Pretty aggressive play, and Shane Lowry will have a good birdie opportunity to come here at 16. Playing over the top of that bunker. He won't know where that ended up, but he heard the crowd applause.
Guido Migliozzi has just made an eagle 2 at 10. Brilliant front 9 from Jorge Campillo. John Rahm has made the start to round 2 that we were hoping maybe we'd see from the likes of Victor Hovland and Ryan Fox in our feature group coverage. Just hasn't panned out that way for any of the players here. Just any time they seem to have any forward momentum, there's something to stop it.
You know, we saw that wonderful round, as you said, round of the week from Ma Shun Wu earlier today with the 64, with a bogey on a par 5, the par 5 second hole. Amazing round. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, anybody in the later starters today can kind of push on and separate themselves from the rest of the field.
See Fitzpatrick starting the week 3rd on the rankings. In the projected rankings right now, he's at number 1. But you can't end the week in a share of first place, which is where he starts the day. They're going down the first hole right now. The Fitzpatrick and Tyrrell Hatton.
Well, I always think these are hard putts. Sharma's ball drifting down the bottom of the plateau, so he's got to come up quite a sharp slope, and it's into the grain. When it gets to the top of the hill, it goes down grain, downhill. So he's got to hit it hard enough to get up the slope, and then not too hard that it races away and goes off the back edge of the green. Not going to have a massive amount of movement in this. This is, sure, all he's thinking about here is pace. Don't know what you used to think about putting up a hill like this, Jay. Do you used to visualize the ball's pace, or were you going off sound, contact?
You know, you bring up a good point, sound. I hate to see people practice putting with earbuds in, but I always just, especially going into the grain, the main thing was hitting it solid, making solid contact. That's how you control your pace.
Let's hope he can. Outside, very outside chance here. Settle. What an effort.
Yeah, good putt from Sharma.
This is going to be the slowest putt that Foxy's going to have today. Everything's into him. Not a lot of break. Difficult to be to be aggressive enough to give it a chance and not run this too far by, because the grain switches behind the hole.
It comes up a little bit short, but that's a really good effort, as Nico said. I mean, if you get aggressive there, you all of a sudden you're 6-7 feet past the hole. A good 3.
It's funny how earlier today we're talking about me never making a hole-in-one, never seeing a hole-in-one, and we nearly saw Hovland make 2 of them today, because they're pitched inside a foot in line behind the hole. That would have been something. That would have made my day.
He's trying for you.
He has. He has such a nice little fella, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has great disposition. Fun to watch. You can see he's a real competitor.
Team player.
This will be a wonderful 2. He'll be a mainstay on the European Ryder Cup team for a long time to come. Great 2.
Yeah, both his birdies on the back nines have come at those par 3s. Fabulous tee shots, got the results they deserved. So Hovland under par now for the day, 1 over par. Couple of shots better off on that leaderboard than Ryan Fox. Well worth another look at this tee shot at 17.
It had such a good sound to it. You knew it was a good shot just from the sound.
So off they walk to the par 5 18th.
Shane Lowry saw the good approach shot coming from the fringe, but not far from the hole. Good opportunity to pick up a birdie, get into red numbers. Ooh, slow down. Quickly reaching for a coin. That's further by than what that camera angle shows us. We know from watching Sharma's putt come by, that's going to have a left to right break coming back for Shane Lowry. Very unforgiving golf course.
Yeah, the Earth course on Jumeirah Golf Estates. One of two courses on this property. The Fire course, which has hosted a couple of DP World Tour events recently.
The tee up 84 yards at the final hole today, so the par 5 18th, very reachable today. But it's an exacting tee shot. When they move the tee up, that creek that goes down the middle of the fairway past the driving area, when the tee's on the back tee, all of a sudden encroaches in on the right, and the fairway kind of diagonals a little bit more than playing straight down the fairway, and everything slopes left to right. It's a tough tee shot to get in the fairway, but the reward is very high.
Have you seen Tyrrell Hatton's made a birdie at the first there? So first one of the day in that final group goes to Hatton. Miliozzi with a birdie at 9 and an eagle at 10 to play 9 and 10 in 3 shots. Sorry, in 5 shots.
I knew you'd get there.
Yeah, I know.
It was just a matter of time.
It was. 3 shots would be incredible.
Very.
Although I'm sure Warren and Nicholas would probably say that's more than possible.
Well, they're definitely half fullers, but Nico in a practice round said he's made a hole-in-one on a par 4. So that's incredible.
Yeah, it's true. There's the projected ranking. So Fitzpatrick, even though Hatton's now top of the leaderboard on his own, Fitzpatrick's now to second. That's still good enough for Fitzpatrick as it stands to finish as number 1. Not by much though. McIlroy is 1 under par for the day. Still golf to be played.
There's going to be a lot of toing and froing and competing through the weekend.
Competing and computing.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Fortunately, it doesn't look like these two are going to be part of that equation. Hovland will slip down to number 6 in the standings as things stand. They've had to do a lot of waiting.
Typically when you play with a Ryan Fox or a Shane Lowry, you do wait a lot. They're both very fast players, so they don't take much time. And you want to have a nice rhythm, but I mean, the 18th hole is always going to be a slow hole. It's a reachable par 5, especially moving the tee up. Much more interesting tee location here than what it was yesterday, but it does, slow up play a little bit. Well worth the wait.
This hole caused so many issues yesterday. We saw Eddie Pepperell go into the creek once and bounce out of it another 2 times.
That was amazing. Bouncing out of a creek twice, not only in a week or a round, but the same hole.
Yeah. But he made a 7 there, and there were, countless other examples. Tyrrell Hatton had a fantastic round yesterday. Leads now at 8 under par, but he bogeyed the last one. He was at 8 under coming down this final hole.
That's what makes this such a amazing finishing hole for a championship of this nature. Anything can happen. A lot could happen here too, Warren.
Oh, it certainly can, and it's a really good flag today over on the right. 184. No one's going to be aiming right at this pin today. You can use the slope a little bit left. Go on. I'd love to see an ace here by one of these guys. I know it would cheer Nico up.
Not by that reaction from Sharma.
No. I'm trying for the boys, you see. I'm trying to get up for them.
Well, Warren, you told us yesterday no one has ever made a hole-in-one in the DP World Tour Championship on the 17th hole.
No, it's the only hole that, well, of the par 3s that they've not holed in one, and I'm not surprised because, I mean, this is probably the easier flag, or one of the easier flags to get at, but when it goes back left later in the week, it's tough. Should shoot Lowry, though. He can feather one in a little bit from left to right if he wants. Come on, Shane.
That was a wonderful swing. Great contact. Good shot. Kind of textbook, taking the trouble out of play, playing a little bit left of the hole.
T might be up on 18 today, but it doesn't really make the shot any easier. It makes it shorter, but you can go right. But if these two boys go right, I think it's 3-wood. Now you can go left for driver, but it's not easy to find. You know, this is not my favorite par 5 in the world, to be honest with everyone. I know it's pretty, it looks exciting, but to play, I don't find it amazing.
It's awkward, isn't it?
It's not awkward, and it's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Because if you hit it up the left, you want to be at that furthest bunker.
Do you find the tee shot at 15 easier than the tee shot here?
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, here, not only this water hazard comes in to the left in the fairway, but the 5 paces before you get into the penalty area is cambering towards it. So anything that's leaking is got a good chance of finding the water. And the left bunkers are not great, but it's got driver and it looks like he's going right. You can see a few arms right as well.
Is that still on the property? Or in someone's back garden?
Now, Foxy. Left, right, right, left. Where are we going? Yeah, and that will be perfect. That's absolutely perfect. And you see what I mean? If that is a little bit further left, that finds the water. It's just very difficult to find.
Massive tee shot up the right side for Fox.
Well, we have had an eagle here today already. George Smith managed that. Hopefully it's going to finish on a high for Ryan Fox. It started nicely, but it hasn't carried on through when he needed a round in the mid to high 60s, really, at least.
That was a good birdie putt. Second birdie in a row there at the 3rd. But then things came undone a little bit. Missed the green right at 8 out of the fairway, and then fluffed that first chip shot. That led to a bogey 5.
This was a great shot, though. I mean, this was up and down of the day for Ryan Fox. Just dropped a shot at 8, and this putt coming up was to turn in 1 under par, adding 35, but rather than push on from here, he didn't. He dropped a shot at 11.
And missed the green short right at 13. Once again, fluffed the pitch shot. Coming out of this long Bermuda rough, it's very difficult. He paid the price a couple of times.
Coming out of the chip mark there, par 4, 15th. Just left himself an awkward putt.
He did. Took 3 putts there. Here is the second putt. This is a miss. Wasn't a good effort there. One of his better putts.
And what this means is, in all effects, really, the hopes of trying to get to the top of the DP World Tour rankings, to leapfrog Rory McIlroy, is diminishing fast on the earth course for Ryan Fox. Fantastic season, but it isn't going to end on the high that he hoped for. Arriving, he's going to slip down to 3rd place on the DP World Tour rankings as it starts, and that can change. Matt Fitzpatrick, who is currently 2nd on the leaderboard, would move to the top above Rory McIlroy, but much can change there still. This is 17th green.
Well, the problem that you have, if you bail out a little bit too far left here on 17, you've got a wicked putt coming up. Sharma's got the longest of the 2 putts here, and he's further up the green, so he's going to have a lot more break. I mean, this is going to be 3 or 4 feet of break, left or right, as it crosses the slope. So as it goes across the slope, the end of its journey is going downhill. It's going to gather a little bit of pace. So again, pace and line trying to marry up, going to be a little bit more difficult. So roll it down there. If it goes in, it's a real bonus.
Sharma's really battled today. It was 2 over after 4. Even par for the day. And looking like parring his penultimate hole this second round.
So where did Victor Hovland finish? It looks like maybe the right side of the wall there.
Yeah, he's inbounds, is the right side of the wall, like you mentioned. There is a shot. There is a shot to find the green. But if he pulls that shot off, he's most likely going to go long right onto that first part of the green. And having the pin back over that big mound to the right-hand side, he will have basically no shot for his third. So now it's a question, do you try to hack this back out on the fairway? But there's always that penalty area that we all talked about.
Go for it if you're ready.
Again, left to right, down the slope. Needs to hurry. Hurry. Oh. Now Foxy with a short iron into this 18. Is he going to finish on a high? That will go left now and closer and closer.
That's what we came to see. What a shot from Ryan Fox. And maybe that could give him a little bit of a spring in the step to go into the weekend.
Worth another look. Took the gamble off the tee, hit a wonderful tee shot that set up the opportunity for the good second shot. It just feeds in off the slope. And yes, it is an eagle putt to come. Hovland taking a gamble.
Yeah, he's trying to hit the shot that I thought was the only option. Yeah, where is that going to finish? That was a big swing.
Nicked the tree, a little bit of branch came down.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only spot he could find, long right.
Now, the putt's coming up. Would you chip that from where he is?
I was always a chipper. I didn't like putting from off the green. So to me, yes, but
he's on actually on the putting surface. But I mean,
yeah, if you can take, sometimes there's a slope, which is often the case here.
Good result, by the way, isn't it, to get to where he's finished?
Sometimes if you chip, you can take out a slope that you might have to start a putt on the fringe, or out towards the fringe. And I don't see getting within 10 feet if you're putting that. Inside of 7 or 8 feet, chipping it would be a heck of a result as well. It's always awkward to chip off the green. No one likes taking a divot off the green.
Especially at the 18th.
Yeah, and it's not a shot you really get to practice, because what are you going to do? You're going to practice at your home club or something and take a bunch of divots out of the practice green? I mean, so it's always an uncomfortable shot in the best of times.
These two just about to finish off. Great start from Hatton and Fitzpatrick. Till Hatton's birdied the second to go with the birdie at the first. Fitzpatrick's followed it in with a 4 at the par 5. John Rahm's bogeyed the 9th hole, so he's out in 33, but you might have seen Jorge Campillo go through in 3rd place there. He started the round with a bogey, but has followed it with 6 birdies in the next 9 holes. So great stuff from him. Worst round of the week from Asham Wu. Best round of the week from Asham Wu.
Have a look here at 18. 2 bunkers up the left side with moving the tee up, not even in play, but here you can see Ryan Fox had that wonderful tee shot. And what a second shot from Hovland after nearly hitting it out of bounds. Now the question is how is he going to play this third shot from the edge of the green? I see Hovland rolling it. I don't see him chipping or pitching this.
No, unfortunately, I'm with you on that. Let's see what Nicholas thinks of it.
Well, if you want to hit this close, you got to chip it. You don't have an option. But if you put this, I don't think you can hit this high enough right, because it's going to move left.
Yeah, unfortunately, some break up there on Nico's microphone. Apologies for that. Club is pulled.
I like this play. He's taking it on, as Nicholas was saying. In order to get it close, you have to chip it. But this is one heck of a tough one to get within 8 feet of the hole.
Well,
the green, I mean, it's such a tight lie, firm green.
He's been working hard on this part of his game. Let's see if the hard work brings results.
Yeah, we're chipping this. It's actually pretty good when you think about it. I thought if you chip it, you really go to full flop and try to land it as close as the hole as possible, which is the opposite of what he just done. But this is actually a very good result.
And Nico, I think getting it that close to the hole from that position is pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. That's as best as he would have done with a putter. So he still gave it a chance chipping it.
Not lost his turn though. And he's got to putt Hovland for another birdie. Finish with 2 in a row. Play the last half a dozen in 3 under and get round in 70. If it goes in. There he is, winner of the Snake Dubai Desert Classic at the start of the year. Hold a nice putt on this green yesterday, playing with Shane Lowry.
That's a really good putt. Great up and down. And I called it up and down. I mean, he was on the green, but had to chip it. Fantastic finish. Birdie for around a 70. Never really looked like a 70. You know, was fighting it a little bit all day long. Hovland, being the class player that he is, gets it back to even par.
And the best moment comes at the last for Ryan Fox. And a round of 72. So he'll start the weekend 1 over par. Even with that eagle, his chances of winning the DP World Tour rankings look fairly slim now. But what a season it's been for the player from New Zealand. Nice to finish that way though, isn't it?
Oh, 2 wonderful shots, capped off with a great putt.
Yeah, so Ryan Fox done for the day. Adri Arnaus has got himself to 5 under par. Just birdied 2 and 3. Yannick Paul dropped a shot at the first, but followed that with a couple of birdies. Back on the tee, Sharma.
Unlike the 2 previous, going with the 3 wood. 3 wood really determines that you're going up the left side. Sharma not an overly long hitter, so definitely playing to his strengths.
See, now I sort of feel it just out of left, and I really fancy going right. You know what I mean?
Lowry got the big stick out. They're just trying to determine which fairway they're going to try and hit it in, the left one or the right one.
Well, he hasn't quite got the power of Ryan Fox.
Well, he can easily reach the right fairway, though.
Yeah.
And if you're not having a good day, just aim it at the middle and, you know, hope it doesn't go straight. I've done that a few times.
Well, he's got a great form. I mean, he finished runner-up here in 2017. Shane Lowry, I mentioned earlier, he was halfway leader here a year ago. Finished top 10 in the end. 4 top 10s in total on the Earth course. And Bo have worked out the strategy.
Looks like he's looking to the right. Didn't leave anything in the track, did he? Yeah, there it is, up the right side. Really good tee shot for Lowry. Sets up chance to play an aggressive second shot.
Well, I hope you've been enjoying our feature group coverage. It really is a pleasure to bring you the action from our 4 players today from the Earth course. High hopes, I think we had for them as well, given the fact that we had 3 players ranked inside the top 25 of the world rankings, 3 players inside the top 10 of the DP World Tour rankings. It hasn't panned out that way, but it's not an easy golf course. You can see by watching every shot where the issues are.
I think this year, you know, we've talked yesterday, most of today, about the challenges of having the Bermuda rough rather than the overseeded rough, and I think it's a wonderful test. I think it's a better test, a more severe test. You have to be more on your game this week than in past years.
You've got 7 players in the top 20 in the world here this week. You've got the best 50 players, albeit that 1 or 2 missing for various reasons, on the DP World Tour this season. This is the cream of the crop. You want to test them. You just don't. You don't want it just to be a birdie fest, a putting contest.
Oh, I love the way the golf course is set up. I think it's a huge improvement. It's better for the environment, not having to water so much. It saves money, not having to put out the overseed. I think it's a win-win-win. It's a win for ecology. It's a win for saving the money, and it's a win because it's a more difficult test. It's a more exacting test.
And you can see, look at the different strategies that are involved here at 18. 1 left, 1 right. Sharma will be first to go with shot number 2.
Yes, and a little bit like the 7th hole, he's on a downhill, side hill lie. I mean, he's left himself 269, which is a perfect length for his 3 wood, but off this slope, and the fact that he's coming uphill and the creek short of the green, again, he's got to hit this absolutely out of the middle of the bat. He has had a tendency to pull some shots today, and you don't really want to go left. The creek cuts round on that left side. It's a longer carry, so if you're going to miss anywhere, miss a little right. The fact that flag's at the back helps him, because he knows once he gets it over on the front of the green, it's going to skedaddle to the back of the green.
Bit steep on that, took a little bit too much of a divot, but it is out to the right safe, but it's going to be an awkward pitch shot from there for Sharma.
I think that was a very polite way of saying that was an absolute horror.
It wasn't skedaddle. He wasn't going to skedaddle from there, was it?
No. Let me tell you though, what a tee shot from Lowry. Absolutely corked it. 224 left, should be a perfect 4-iron, even though he's coming uphill. He's got to hit it flat out, but it'd be too much for the 3. He can be aggressive here, go straight at the flag, looking straight up the green. Be a marvellous way to finish if he could coax this one close.
The creek. Okay.
Would have been a nervous moment or two for Shane, having pulled that. It's the longer carry over the water.
One of this season's Rolex Series winners, Shane Lowry, the US Open champion, 8 under par. But Tyrrell Hatton has started birdie, birdie, birdie. Now leads by 2.
Hatton's pretty good at these Rolex events.
Yeah, well, he and John Rahm, you see Rahm's just bounced back with a birdie there at 10 after dropping a shot at 9. They've won 4 apiece. No one's won more.
Hatton is, I think Hatton has a little point to prove. He hasn't had a great year. You know, struggled a little bit, you know, by his standards. And he's coming here, and he's ready to go. He's looking for number 5, the 5th star.
Yeah, Matt Fitzpatrick started with 5 birdies yesterday. I wonder what Hatton's got up his sleeve after starting with 3.
Well, if you birdie the 4th hole, you've really lapped the field, because it's a little different hole location today than it was yesterday when Fitzpatrick birdied the first 5.
Yeah, take your par and run.
Absolutely. It's been a fun day. We've seen a lot of really good golf. We've seen a little bit of sloppy play. We've seen the golf course kind of bite back when guys have been out of position in the rough around the greens. It's been a really good watching some of the top players in the world.
It has, and there's no doubt about it. It kind of started nicely, then we had that dip, didn't we? And you've seen their class in the way that they've, you know, okay, mission might not be accomplished, but they fought back well, and we've seen a few birdies coming home.
Yeah, definitely. 3 birdies in the last 6 holes for Hovland to shoot a 70. That eagle at the final hole for Fox to shoot 72. You know, I mean, these guys are out there grinding. They're fighting for everything that they can. It's been fun. Sometimes when these guys, typically we see them, if you're not watching feature group main coverage, you're watching them when they're on. Well, you know, maybe they're not on this week, so it's fun to watch them, you know, grind out a round. This is what true professional golf is about, when you don't have your best stuff, you know, making a score, and that's what we've seen today from all 4 players.
And from Shane Lowry, we've seen some brilliance, and it just shows you he looks like a magician out of the bunkers, but we saw him make the double bogey at 10 as well. I mean, they're human.
It's just a golf course that makes you hit so many good shots. Sharma out there trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to get it within 15 or 20 feet of the hole from this position? He's looking at his pitch point right there, and this is near impossible. It will really be lie dependent. I know Warren's had a good look at the lie.
I have had a good look at the lie, Jay, and it's not as bad as you would think. In fact, it sits quite nicely for him, for one where he can put the club or the ball back in his stance. He can come a little bit steeper on it, hit the low one without too much spin. And as you say, if he can pitch it almost at the base or just on the upslope of the plateau in the middle of the green, then he's got a chance of running it up and over and getting within that 20 feet. If he does get it within 20 feet, he's played a really wonderful shot. But it is on. If he tries anything else, if he tries the high floater out of this grass, I think he's asking for trouble.
Yeah, that's one of the things out of the Bermuda rough. You really have to lead with the grip. You can't pitch. You really can't use the bottom of the sole of the lofted club the way you do out of different types of grass.
I think he's going for height, and this is worrying me a lot. He's gone for the low one, but oh yeah, this is really good now. This is fantastic. That's brilliant. That's excellent.
I didn't think he could get within 20 feet of the hole. That is unbelievable. Just goes to show you how good these guys are. I mean, that not only is great execution, it was amazing imagination to figure that shot out.
Oh, that was worth the wait. It's a hole number 18 from Sharma.
Had a great sound to it. Really hit the back of the ball cleanly, pitched it right where he wanted to, and I think that, you know, if you got him to be totally honest with you, I think that's probably better than he expected.
Well, and Shabanko, now always a joy watching Shane Lowry around the greens.
No, I don't want to tempt fate, guys. I don't want to tempt fate, but I reckon this is a perfect spot that Lowry, if this doesn't go in, I'll be surprised. I mean, it's either going to be very close or have a chance to go in. Uphill, into green, he can be really positive. The lie's perfect. He can have this running at the hole with his feel and touch. Oh, it just dug his toes in a little.
We had a great look. It was right on line there. It's always a little bit of a guessing game when you're going into the grain the way Warren was describing, whether it's going to release or not. But well played. Sets up a good birdie opportunity, the final hole for the former Open champion. You know, in the middle of the round, you know, there was a bit of a lull from our 4 players in the 2 feature groups. But when you look at it, they're all going to shoot par or better today. It's really been good golf.
No, I'm with you. I mean, Shubhankar Sharma, you know, out in 38, you worried, particularly the way he finished yesterday, but he's turned it around. And this is actually to finish under par for the round. That third shot deserves a birdie. I know you don't always get the rewards you deserve, but such a great effort in.
Clearly it's going to have a little left to right in it based on watching Lowry's pitch shot feed off to the right. Start this, you know, cup and a half outside the left edge, depending on the pace. After being 2 over after 4 holes, this would be one heck of a round. And oh yeah, good birdie at the last.
That's a fabulous 4 from Sharma. Excellent. Round of 71. Those last 6 holes made things look a little brighter for the Indian. It's the kind of golf we played in South Africa last week. And hopefully this is a formality.
This is a pretty easy putt here for Shane. Left himself in a great position. A little left to right, a little less so than what Sharma had. I think he needs to keep this inside the hole nice and firm.
Yeah, well done, Shane. So no one in our feature group shooting in the 60s, a couple of 70s there, so nothing that's going to really put them in the picture as far as winning the DP World Tour Championship's concerned, and with it the rankings. But yeah, good day's play all round, and well done to Nicholas Colsaerts and Warren Humphreys, who described the action for us from the golf course.
You know, I think you learn a lot about tour level golf when you watch these guys today. Top level players weren't at their best and they were grinding out. They never gave up. They got everything out of their game that they could. They made some mistakes but fought back, and I think that sometimes you learn more about a player when they don't have their best than when they're playing at their best.
And here's the shape of affairs of what's ahead for the rest of the day. How the Spaniards are going well today, aren't they? John Rahm, Jorge Campillo, Adrian Aus, all now getting closer to the lead. It's been par so far to start the second round for Alex Noren, who came home in 31 yesterday. Tommy Fleetwood has picked up 1 shot, bogeyed the first couple of birdies since then. And we wait to see who's going to be in our melting pot for our feature groups tomorrow.
Well, there's a reasonable chance we could see 1 or 2 of the players we had today. We had a great group of players today in Hovland, Fox, Lowry, and Sharma, and they certainly didn't disappoint us with their play.
Look at that climb up the leaderboard from Asham Wu. 38 places up the board now to just outside the top 15 with that fantastic 64. 14 shots better than his first round effort. There is Shane Lowry with that round of 70 in the group at 1 under par. You probably just saw Rory McIlroy going through as well. Shubhankar Sharma, Victor Hovland just outside the top 30. Not the story that Ryan Fox was hoping that might be the conclusion to his season.
Certainly not. He's tied for 38th. I think we're going to see Ryan Fox again tomorrow. He's going to be right in our window.
Well, I'll be more than happy to see that. Well, an aerial view of Jumeirah Golf Estates in this earth course. I hope you've enjoyed the action on day 2 from the feature groups. We'll catch you again tomorrow.